I want to begin by acknowledging the sponsorship of Mark and Sippy Brand in memory of Harav Eliezer Zev Perlau, whose yahrzeit was the 16th of Tammuz. Tzipora Brand Birnbaum, whose the yahrzeit is the 10th of Tammuz, and all of the family members who were killed in the Holocaust. Every year, I walk into this room with a very large stack of books. Books of Jewish history, books of the Jewish story, books that could help us reach back into our past, into our tradition, into our story, to try to bring some meaning, to try to bring some connection, to try to bring some sense of resonance for the loss of a Beis Hamikdash that was so many thousands of years ago, and how that loss continues to echo in the reality of our Jewish communal life today. And my hands felt in certain ways much lighter this morning, and in other ways much heavier. Much lighter because the truth is, this year we don't need any books. This year the books are in this room, and the books are all over the world. The books and the stories are in this room for those whose children are fighting on the front lines. The books and the stories are in this room for those who've sacrificed children fighting on the front lines. The books are in this room for those who have relatives, family, and friends in Eretz Yisrael. How many of us have been asked by people out in the world, whether it's a coworker or someone at a supermarket who sees a yarmulke, so do you know anyone in Israel? Do you have any family in Israel? And it's like impossible for them to understand. Of course, we have millions of family members in Israel. I remember that I was encountering an individual who said to me, do you know anyone in Israel? We're fighting for you, we're thinking about you, we're praying for you. He even showed me that he had a tattoo that said, I love Israel. I said, you know, we have t-shirts that say that. You don't have to brand your body. But I said, yeah, I have 2 children learning in Israel. He goes, oh, you must be so worried, so... I said, they're in Jerusalem, it's okay. In Jerusalem, it's okay. He says, well, how far is Jerusalem from Gaza? I said, 45 minutes without traffic, something like that. The guy looked at me like I was out of my mind. The stories this year are in their room. At the very conclusion of Shachris every single morning, as we prepare to transition from the transcendent experience of connection and appealing to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to the mundane realities of our life, as the tefillin are starting to come off, we recite an embedded element into our liturgy, a parak of Tehillim. A parak of Tehillim that is known as the Shir Shel Yom, the song of the day. Hayom Yom Shlishi B'Shabbos. Shebo Hayu Alevim Omrim Beveis Hamikdash. The Beis Hamikdash was a space of heightened spirituality. It was a space of accentuated ritual, engaging the process of bringing a Churban Hashem, or more generally serving in the Mikdash, was a very intense and high-stakes engagement in connecting with HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence in this world. And it required precision, it required focus, it required choreography, and how to walk within the world of physicality in this earth and somehow bring the sense of self into the domain of the infinite spiritual world of the Mikdash Hashem, the world of Kodshim. Every step, every blade, every single moment, every single aspect prescribed exactly, precisely how to be Oved HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the Mikdash Hashem. and encompassing those moments of connection beyond the specific requirements of the avoda itself, beyond the ritual, was the immersive and experiential atmosphere, what it meant to be in the Beis HaMikdash. And that was generated, that was created by the emoting harmonies of the Levium's Shira. That was the song of the Beis HaMikdash, the Shir Shel Yom. And there's a discussion in the Gemara in Erech regarding what the source of this notion is of having Shira as a musical component of the Mikdash. And while the accepted opinion for that source somewhat differs from one of the ones that are suggested in the Gemara writes, Rav Masna Omar Mehacha. How do we know that we sing in the Beis HaMikdash? How do we know we don't just say the words and we don't just slaughter the animals? How do we know that it's an atmosphere of song? Rav Masna Omar Mehacha Tachas Asher Lo Avarata Es Hashem Elokecha B'Simcha. Because the Torah tells us in the context of the Tochacha, in the context of the rebuke, the foreboding premonitions of the tragedies of Jewish history of all places. The Torah tells us that one of the reasons we encounter this tragedy, one of the things that's responsible for the unraveling of the Jewish people's connection with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not that we are not careful about Hilchos Shabbos and Hilchos Kashrus and Hilchos Taras and Mishpacha, not because we don't ask enough shilas, but Tachas Asher Lo Avarata Es Hashem Elokecha B'Simcha U'V'Tuv Levav, because we don't serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with passion, with emotion, with the authenticity that comes from truly expressing from the depths of our heart that this is something we want, this is something we desire, this is something we aspire to connect to. Says the Gemara, Eizo hi avoda shemcha. What does it mean to have avoda b'simcha in the Beis HaMikdash? Slaughtering an animal, dealing with all of its various organs, burning it, maybe eating it. Where's the simcha? What's the avodah shebesimcha? Havi Omer, says the Gemara, Zu Shira. This is the dimension of the Mikdash experience that is enveloped by song, by Shira. And we are told that the lack of simcha is part of what is responsible for the compromise of the Jewish people. The Gemara is telling us that the way we infuse simcha into our avodas Hashem is through the medium of Shira. Shira that requires of a person to summon their inner emotions. Like the Maharal writes on the very enigmatic phrase, with regards to perhaps one of the most central expressions of Shira of Jewish history, the first Shira, Oz Yashir. What's the Oz? The Oz, then they sang, Yashir B'nai Yisrael, Shar B'nai Yisrael. What's the equivocation? Oz, no. Says the Maharal, Allah Belibo Sheyashir, because to sing, you can't just turn on the music. You can't just begin to express harmonies and music. To really sing, Allah Belibo Sheyashir, has to come from the heart. It has to come from the soul. Song, music is how we express the inner dimensions of our soul. And in fact, the entire Torah itself, lest we think that the notion of Shira, that the notion of song is simply a layer that is intended to just facilitate a greater sense of connection. The entirety of the Torah itself is called a Shira. V'ata kisvu lachem es hashira hazos, v'limda es b'nei Yisrael sima b'fihem, l'manti eli hashira hazos la'ad b'nei Yisrael. The Rambam writes the requirement of every Jew, the 613th mitzvah, to write a Sefer Torah or to participate in the writing of a Sefer Torah. Kisvu lachem es hashira hazos. This Torah that I'm giving you, it's not a book of rules. It's not a book of stories. It's the soul of the Jewish people. It's the inner essence of who we are. It's our song. The Torah is the anthem of Klal Yisrael. There is no inner essence of the Jewish people without that animating force, the Shira of Klal Yisrael. Shira is our initial response to the birth and the redemption of our people, as Yashir Moshe, and it is the final prophetic depiction of our journey throughout Jewish history as the Shira of Hazinu captures the totality of what it means to sing for Am Yisrael. Our tefillos each and every day, each and every yontif, and I'm so happy that it was Rabbi Rothberger who davened Shachris this morning, because he's one of the few people in this shul who knows the nusach HaTefillah for weekday Shachris. Our tefillos are framed by nusach HaTefillah. Nusach HaTefillah, our tradition tells us, go all the way back to Sinai. There were aspects, the notion that no matter where you go in the world, that as soon as in a few weeks we hear those tones, nai, na, nai, 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 what does that bring forward for us? Manishtana halaylas. What does that bring forward for us? Nusach HaTefillah. Shira is the soul of the Jewish people. And when the Gemara in Tainus describes the moment of destruction, 3 weeks we've been mourning. Shavasar B'Tammuz, the 9 days, Shavua Shechalbo, Erev Tisha B'Av, Sudas HaMafsekes, and now we sit on the floor mourning that very moment of penetration. Says the Gemara, Amru Keshechara Beis Hamikdash Barishon. When the first Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, and the Gemara is going to say at the end, V'chein b'shniya, the exact same thing happened in the second one. Also, Hayom Tisha B'Av Haya. That day was the day of Tisha B'Av, Motzei Shabbos Haya. And it was a Motzei Shabbos. Motzei Shvius Haya. One of the ways we know the calendar today is this Tanakh, is this Gemara, this source, that year of Churban Abayis was the year after Shemitah. Umishmarta shel Yehoyariv Haisa. And it was the Mishmar, it was the particular period of time where this family of Kohanim were in charge of the Beis HaMikdash. Says the Gemara, V'halevim hayu omrim shira. And what was going on in that Beis HaMikdash? The Leviim were standing and they were saying Shira. The Omdim al Duchanam umashira hayu omrim. What Shira were they saying? And there's a lot of discussion. Is this the right Shira for that day? The Yashav Aleim es Onam of your Asam Yatzmi Same. Vilo Ispiku Lomar. They couldn't even finish the song. Ad Shebo Nachrim V'Kivshuam. Until the enemies of the Jewish people cut it short and penetrated the Mikdash, and that song was left unfinished. The avoda of the Mikdash has been undermined for weeks. The Mishnah tells us there was no more Churban Atamid. Already for 3 weeks it's the Shavasar B'Tammuz. And yet, even though the Karbanos may have ceased, and the Mikdash as we knew it may have been brought to a halt, and perhaps there were no longer animals, and there were no longer Karbanos, and there were no longer opportunities to come and converge, the Sanhedrin no longer sitting in the Lishkas Agazis, the opportunity to be able to come together in the Mikdash, but there seemed to be one dimension that continued, and that was the rising harmony of the Levim. as they tried so hard to hold on to the mikdash in those final moments, not through tefillah, but through song. A final kumsitz, if you will. And that moment is echoed thousands of years later, as described in the famous story that the Majitzer Rebbe, who was a great Hasidic Rebbe who was saved from the Shoah, had a Chassid, Rebbe Azriel David Fastig, who himself was a tremendous chazan and known throughout Warsaw for his incredible voice and known for his tunes. And as the dark clouds began to cover the skies of Europe, and there were terrible, terrible decrees, most Jews couldn't fathom what was going to happen to them. But somehow they were able to usher to safety the Majitzer Rebbe outside of Poland. And at the time, tens of thousands of Jews were being shipped off daily to their death in cattle cars. And inside these crowded cars, people were crying, people were gasping for air, people were dying. And you could hear the cries of people being crushed together. But in one car headed towards Treblinka, in one car you actually heard the sound of singing. Because it seemed that this neighbor, this individual, this elderly Jew, was starting to write a niggin on this train to Treblinka. And he saw before his eyes the words Ani mamim b'emuna shelema b'vias hamashiach af al pi sheyismameach im kol zeh achakelo b'chol yom sheyavo. And he began to write the very famous niggin. Ani mamin, on the train to Treblinka. And as the train began to follow him and began to sing, this Levi that is singing the song of the Mikdash as the Nachrim are walking in and conquering the Mikdash Hashem, he says to the train, if anyone could take the song to the Majitzer Rebbe, I'll give you my Olam Haba. And two crazy kids, two teenagers, escape through a hole in the roof of the car, and they make their way, or one of them makes their way, escaping the Shoah, and makes his way to the Rebbe, and he gives him the song. That's how we have this famous Ani Mamin. And it's been reported by so many people that this was the niggin, this was the shira that the Jewish people were singing, many of them, as they marched to their deaths. And the Majitzer Rebbe said that with this niggin, the Jewish people went to the gas chambers, and with this niggin, the Jewish people will greet Mashiach. We sit today in the very raw and searing pain of our own Churban. And Avelos Chadasha, for which we didn't need the 3 weeks and we didn't need the 9 days, curtailing our laundry, ceasing the eating of meat, all seem entirely superfluous in striving to connect us to the realities of the unredeemed Jewish experience. And it is our avoda today on Tisha B'Av to sensitively guide our open wounds of tragedy into the broader landscape of the Gullus experience, to recognize the Tisha B'Av within October 7th, and to discover the October 7th within Tisha B'Av. To see how our distance from the Ribono Shel Olam since those moments of Churban is part of the compromised reality that generated such vulnerability. And to contextualize the generations of cries of Eicha into our own moment of overwhelming Churban. Anyone who has read or listened to or visited with people who were in Eretz Yisrael on October 7th knows that all of the stories begin exactly the same way. It was Simchas Torah morning at 6:30 a.m. and we started to hear sirens. And almost everyone who tells the story tells you that at the first moments, They weren't nervous. You know why not? Would we be nervous if we woke up at 6:30 in the morning and there were air raid sirens in Passaic? We would be quite nervous. They weren't nervous because they've habituated to this reality as part of what it means to be a Jew in Eretz Yisrael. But as the sirens became more intense, as the booms became more intense, they begin to unfold the story. It was only hours since we completed the dancing and the shira of Hakafos. And in Chutz La'aretz, this whole experience unfolded while we were anticipating the gathering and vibrant celebratory dancing of Simchas Torah. And this notion that so many people were pulled away from the world of Shira, were pulled away from the world of Simchas Torah. This notion that the Nachrim, that the world, that the enemies of the Jewish people pierce the sanctity of what it means to be in a Beis HaMikdash. While Mamish, while Klal Yisrael was dancing B'Shira, Kisru Lachem Es Hashira Hazos, culminating, completing, celebrating this inner song of the Jewish people. And that is the moment that the enemies of Am Yisrael, that the enemies of the world, that the enemies of anyone who is good and represents virtue and nobility in this world, that is the moment that they enter the Mikdash Hashem. In the end of October, I took a trip to Eretz Yisrael with a number of Rabbanim. At the time, it felt like the war had been going on for so long. It was 3 weeks into it. Now it seems like we were there like right when it happened. And we were eating dinner in a hotel with a group of families who were displaced. And a man comes running up to us, a young guy comes running up to us, and he says, "What is this? What's your group? What's going on?" And we said, "Oh, we're a group of Rabbanim that came to get and give chizuk to the people of Israel." And the guy says to us, "You have to meet my father. I have to take you to meet my father." And he brings us over to his father, and his father asks if he could address the group. Who are we to say that, okay, great, you'll address the group? The father's name is Rav Herzl Shaobi. And he begins to tell the group his experience of October 7th. Reb Herzl is a Rav of a shul in Sderot. And he tells the story to all of the Rabbanim that are sitting there, 30, 40 Rabbanim sitting there. You know what it's like when you get to shul on Simchas Torah morning? There's a lot you have to prepare for. There's a lot to set up. There's a lot going on. You have to make sure everything's set to go. So I was in the shul. I was in the shul like all the rest of you were in the shul. Setting up, getting ready to go, and I heard shooting outside. And all of a sudden, I look outside and I see there are terrorists running the streets of Sderot. We would the next day be in Sderot, and they showed us in the room where they monitor security for the city, video footage of literally terrorists just roaming the streets, driving throughout the streets, unrestrained. And the courageous battles that took place on the streets of Israel to try to reclaim the safety and security of Am Yisrael. And he told us that he was standing outside the shul trying to figure out what's going on, and all of a sudden the shul was right near the police station, which was the site of one of the biggest battles of Sderot. And all of a sudden he was shot in the back, and the bullet pierced, he would learn later, through his chest. It went through his liver, it damaged his spleen. And he collapsed there, and he pulled himself back into the shul. He was there alone. And he was lying there, and he was bleeding. And he said to himself, this is it. He's saying Shema Yisrael, he's saying Vidui, and then he tells our group, and then I pulled myself together, and I said to myself, Rabbanu Shalom, why was I in this line of fire? Why was I able to be hit by this sniper? because I was preparing for your shira, for your song, for your Torah, for your people, for your children. I was here in the shul like I've been every day of my life, giving every fiber of my being to Klal Yisrael. You cannot take my life. That's all I wanted for. The dam leaving my body, all I wanted for is to be able to continue to serve you and to serve your people. And he writes, and he told us that at that point, somebody was able to come and put him not in an ambulance, but in his car and get him to a hospital where they did emergency surgery. And ultimately, he was at this hotel recovering until he could go back and be able to connect with his kehillah, who he explained to us was spread out all over. He was shot preparing for Shira. Eli Beer, in his book that describes the heroic actions of Hatzalah on that day, describes that at one point on Simchas Torah, when the situation was not under control, but there was nothing more that they could do for the next few moments from their headquarters, someone brought in a Sefer Torah, and they realized it's Simchas Torah, they read the end of the Torah, and they gave everyone an aliyah, because the Jewish people, even under fire, do not stop saying Shira. Kisu lochem es ashira hazos, tachas asher lo avadeto es Hashem elokecha b'simcha. You don't get to take control of our Shira. That's the legacy of the Leviim. You could take the Karbanos, you could take the Avoda, you could take the Kior, you could take the Aron, you could take all these things. You don't get to take our song. And every Jew is a walking Sefer Torah. Every Jew is a walking Shira. When we tear Kriya for Avelus, the Gemara tells us, "Ha'omed al hameis b'shas yetzias neshama chayev likroa lemazeh dome." Why? L'Sefer Torah shenisrafa. Because every Jew embodies the essence of a Sefer Torah. How many people murdered, maimed, and captured? How many Sefer Torah lie destroyed? How many shiros cut short? The earth-shattering reality that generated such confusion and uncertainty. What do we do with the Shira? That was the challenge here in America. Bonai uvnosai sarfu v'nishchatu v'atem omrim Shira. But there was virtually not a shul in the world. Some a little less, some a little more, some slow, some fast, some on the floor, some standing up. But there was virtually, without any communication, there were no WhatsApp groups, you couldn't ask shilas. I remember sitting in my house, Shmina Atzeres afternoon, and Rabbi Cohn from the TIF, my good friend Rabbi Cohn, coming over so we could talk it through, and what do we do with this? We had no information. All we had was whatever security guards knew, and whatever Hatzalah seemed to know. But there was a voice inside us. It didn't make any sense. We knew that people were dying. We knew that Klal Yisrael was at war. We had already seen soldiers go off to battle. But there was something inside every Jew that said, not out of denial. Not because, we don't want them to ruin our party. There was something in the heart. There was a Sefer Torah in the art. There was a Shira in the art of every Jew that somehow felt, this is not how Klal Yisrael reacts to Milchama. We don't react by silencing Shira. And somehow, in some way, in every shul, they found some way to sing, as the Leviim did themselves. And I remember the next Shabbos. No one knew what to do. How do we make Shabbos? By the next Shabbos, we already knew what was going on. By the next Shabbos, we already knew that what sounded like rumors and unimaginable possibilities was in fact a reality. By the next Shabbos, we already knew. What do? We come in, we sit in shul, you did nefesh. What do we do? And no one knew what to do. And some kid who was in the IDF, I think his name was Arki, and I think he's from Baltimore, someone told me. He made a video. And in this video, he asked the Jewish world not to make Tisha B'Av on Shabbos Bereishis, but that they should sing and they should dance more this Shabbos than any other Shabbos. And this Friday night, when we come to Kabbalah Shabbos in Ma'ariv, we should daven in the merit of the soldiers who cannot daven Kabbalah Shabbos because they're fighting on the front lines. And he said in the video, normally at Kabbalat Shabbat, I'd be singing and dancing and bringing in Shabbos with so much simcha, but because of the missions that we have to do, we'll be unable to daven. So you do it for me. And we announced in the shul that we were going to have 1 minyan that Shabbos. And that everyone should come. Men, women, children, everyone should come. 1 Kabbalah Shabbos. And I never saw anything like it in my life. Even the people who find a Karbach Friday night to be just below worshiping Molech. People who mamish like, it's visceral. They can't do it. It's over. There wasn't a dry eye in the shul. Everyone was singing. Everyone was dancing. It was at that point that I realized a very important yesod about American Jewry. And that is, they'll do anything the soldiers tell them to do. So I had a friend who's a soldier. And I had to make a video for the shul telling everyone to come to my shiurim and to pay their dues. We sent it around the shul. Shira. That is what the Levium were doing. That is what they tried to sever. And that is how Klal Yisrael responds. Major Amishar ben David was a reserve commander in the IDF who was tragically killed during combat in the southern Gaza Strip. He was from Eli and he was a beloved father, son, and friend. He was a volunteer and he was a kidney donor. And he was killed and left behind his wife Shlomit and their 5 children. And Shlomit describes that she found out that he was killed right before Shabbos. And all of a sudden, she didn't know what to do with herself. And all of a sudden, right before Shabbos begins, all of his soldiers begin to show up. And they begin to stand with her. And they said to her, we're going to sing Shalom Aleichem. And they begin to sing Shira. That's how Klal Yisrael responds. We never stop singing. When we were on our trip, we spent some time at a base, Siporit, a base that was responsible for the functions of Chevra Kedisha. And we got to meet there a big tzaddik, Rav Benny Machluf. And I'm not going to share all of the details of the things we saw, but it was enough to shake you to your core. And we saw how they identify people and how they treat with such kavod ames. The contrast between the enemies of the Jewish people and us. How we treat every drop of blood, every piece of flesh with such kavod, with such respect. Even under unimaginable circumstances. Where one would expect just get it done. At the expense of what will no doubt be permanent mental health damage to the people who had to do this job. There are not enough hours in a lifetime through therapy to unsee what they saw, to process what they saw. And after this incredible experience and meeting these amazing soldiers, we sat down to lunch. We sponsored a barbecue. And we ate and we got to eat with the soldiers and have a more normal experience and sit with them and talk with them. And all of a sudden, towards the end of the lunch, one person stood up. In his area of the table, there were long, long tables. And he started to sing. Hoshia esamecha, the anthem of Simchas Torah. And then another soldier joined. Barech es nachlasecha. And within about 5 minutes, the whole room was singing. And within 10 minutes, the whole room was up from the barbecue dancing. And the dancing went on and on. Anachnu maminim b'nei maminim, and song after song with the Rav. And all of a sudden, at the time, Rav Shmuel Eliyahu shows up. He joins the singing. He starts giving them brachas. And they're dancing together. We're singing together. Kisu lochem es ashira hazos. In this place of death. In this place that makes a Beis HaKvaros look like the most dignified, calm place in the world. We're singing and we're dancing. And my good chaver, Reb Shmuel Silberg, said over at Dvar Torah in the name of the Baal Shem Tov, Eis Lirkod, Eis Lispod. In the Jewish people, we don't just have times for mourning and times for dancing in Jewish history. Sometimes we do both. That's what makes Klal Yisrael last. And you see that. You see that in almost every Levaya that you watch in Eretz Yisrael. How song, how singing becomes part of the experience. You see it how when the Avelim come back to their communities and their neighbors are lining the streets singing. The koach of Shira. The koach to sing. And that's what we're told in the Parak of Tehillim that is so relevant for this period of time, Al Naros Bavel. Ki sham she'elunu shovenu divrei shir. V'solalenu simcha shiru lanu mishir Tzion. Eich nashir es shir Hashem al admas neichar. That's what Klal Yisrael sitting on the Naros Bavel is saying to themselves. Not how are we going to keep Shabbos. Not how are we going to keep kashrus. Not how are we going to have shuls and schools and learn Torah. Eich nashir es shir Hashem al admas neichar. How are we going to sing? Al admas neichar. How are we going to sing in Golus? Because they understood that that is the ultimate key. That is the ultimate foundation of how the Jewish people are able to absorb centuries and centuries of persecution and still find the vitality and vibrancy within themselves to advance Am Yisrael forward. Make no mistake, we took many, many losses on that day. And there was enormous destruction. And Eino Domish Shmiya L'Re'iyah. I'm telling you, if you were there over the past year and saw what these homes looked like, saw what these communities looked like, saw what these bases looked like, you would never sleep again. We took many, many losses. And yes, they pierced the walls of our Yerushalayim. They pierced the Mikdash Hashem. They got into the very heart and soul of the Jewish people, and they took our best. They took our best, but they couldn't stop our song. And whether you were in a shul, or you were in your home, or you were at a music festival connecting in your own way, I met one of the survivors of the Nova Festival on one of our trips. And I was talking to him about music. I'm a musician. I love music. In fact, my band from high school just put together a WhatsApp group. We all just reconnected for the first time. It's okay, we only knew 3 songs, but we made money and got out of school a lot. And we were talking about music. And he was explaining to me the type of music that he's into. I think it's called trance music. I don't. Anyway, we made a deal. He's going to send me his music. I'm going to send him my music. And we made a music chavrusa. Two people. One not religious at all. One a Rav of a community in Passaic. Connecting over Shira. Connecting over the song of the Jewish people. We took a lot of losses that day. But they weren't really able to get us to stop singing. That's the legacy of the Levium. Until the very last moment. The Shira of the Jewish people. The Torah of the Jewish people. The strength and the Simcha of the Jewish people. And that's why Tisha B'Av, even though it's a day of tremendous Avelos, is also a day of Moed. It's a day of Moed because we're here to be sitting on the floor. Because at the end of the day, just like the Romans are gone and the Babylonians are gone and the Nazis are gone, so too Hamas and Islamic Jihad and Iran and all of these people, they'll be gone. That's statistically empirical. That's history. There's no reason to expect otherwise. But that Shira that we sang in the Beis HaMikdash, that Shira that the Levium were singing, we may have delayed it a little bit today. But before we start Mincha, we're going to sing that Shira again. That Shir Shel Yom, the Shira of Klal Yisrael. We're going to begin Kinos with Kina Vav. Kina Vav begins with the word, as we mention each and every year, Shavas, Suru Meni Shma'uni Ovrai, Ochrai. Our joy has ceased. Shavas, it ceased, it stopped. And Rav Soloveitchik would point out and he would emphasize this word Shavas. Of course, evokes for us the imagery of Shabbos. Shabbos, says the Rav, the Torah tells us, Vayishbos Bayom Hashvi'i, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu rested on the seventh day. Says the Rav, that sounds like he started Shabbos on Shabbos. The HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't have Ma'izmanim. He couldn't figure out, maybe he didn't know his location. Very confusing sometimes. First you have to find the zip code. Okay, on the El Al flight, it could tell you Ma'izmanim where you are at different points in time. Now Shachar is 6:42, now it's 6:43, now it's 6:44. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't know when Shabbos started. Well, he got home late, he was showering 18 minutes, like what's the problem? Vayishbos Bayom Hashvi'i, so the Gemara tells us that HaKadosh Baruch Hu understands, when says Rashi, HaKadosh Baruch Hu understands, HaKadosh Baruch Hu can define the precise moment that Shabbos begins. The precise moment that Shabbos begins. And therefore, to us, it appears, Vayishbos Bayom HaShvi'i. It looks like HaKadosh Baruch Hu is actually starting Shabbos on Shabbos. Because we don't know the exact moment Shabbos begins. We have a Bein HaShmashos. We're not sure. From when 18 minutes after candlelighting till Tzeis HaKochavim, we're not sure. Is that Shabbos? Is it not Shabbos? And there are halachic ramifications of being unsure. Certain things are permitted during that time because we're not sure. We're not sure. Maybe it's Shabbos, maybe it's not Shabbos. Kadosh Baruch Hu knows exactly within that period of time it becomes Shabbos. So if we saw Hashem light licht, it would look to us like he's bringing it in on Shabbos. Says the Rav, Shabbos comes with a suddenness for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It comes at an instant. It comes without seeing the possibilities. And the Rav writes that that's how the Churban was experienced as well. That even though the Churban was a culmination of many years and many decades of erosion of the Jewish people's relationship with Hashem, and even though there were all sorts of signs that this was coming, and even though there were Nevi'im that told them this was coming, and even though the amount of pirud, the amount of discord in Am Yisrael was so pronounced, that how could anyone think we're worthy of such a Mikdash Hashem, even though anyone who would take 2 seconds to look at the landscape of reality would have seen that this was coming. When it came in an instant. They didn't see it coming because those warning signs had receded. Every year when I prepare for Kinos, I look at what we did last year. Last year, we sat in this room and we spoke of a Shavas moment for the Jewish people that we were going to commemorate only a few weeks later. We spoke extensively of the Yom Kippur War, the notion of the presumed impenetrability of the state of Israel, when in reality she stood vulnerable to attack, and we related to it as a historical relic of outdated policies weighted by the hubris of military overconfidence and a permeating attitude of kochi v'yotzim yadi. We spoke about the garrisons manned by small groups of soldiers shockingly abandoned to engage the enemy with virtually no support, many of whom were overrun, killed, and taken captive. And these were images and footage that lived largely in the black and white section of our national historical consciousness, as we sat in the presumed safety of a generation having learned our lessons from the missteps of history. And then Shavas, in an instant, the echoes of the Yovel before reverberated with an intensity that was beyond comprehension. If I read for you excerpts from diaries and accounts, you would not be able to discern which one was 1973 and which one was 2023. Shavas, it again came in an instant. A woman named Netta tells the story in Kfar Aza that she stayed home and she had gone to sleep very late, and at 6:30 a.m. the red alert sirens began. Her boyfriend, Santi, ran to the door to try to see what's going on. Are the rockets being intercepted by Iron Dome? The two of them went into the safe room and they remained there and they locked themselves in. And at 7 a.m. they received a message through the kibbutz WhatsApp group that terrorists may have infiltrated the kibbutz. Until then, they heard lots of explosions and they understood that something bigger was wrong. But at that moment, they realized that something they had never accounted for, never imagined, never planned for. Shavas, out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, a much bigger event was unfolding. And at 8 in the morning, he texted a friend on the kibbutz, who is the head of the Shara Negev Regional Council, and he asked him what was going on, if he knew what was happening. He told him not to worry. Army units were on the way, and they remained locked in the safe room, worried about their friends who were at the festival. And she got on the phone with them. She told them to come to them. And then all of a sudden, she sent this boyfriend sent another text to her saying that his father and his grandmother had just been murdered and that they shouldn't leave their house because it was dangerous. And then they understood that the terrorists had infiltrated the kibbutz. The apartment right next door to theirs was hit by a rocket, and they tried to be very quiet. And they told their family, they told their mother on the phone, I could hear gunshots, and she told me, don't worry, don't worry. And all of a sudden, they realized that they were in a much more difficult situation, and they got up from the bed, and they went to the door of the safe room, and they started to hold the handle. And they posted again on the WhatsApp group, they should call the police. The terrorists were on the kibbutz, and they were close by. But she didn't realize that they were entering every house, and they were killing people one after the other. And at around 10:30 a.m., she wrote to her father, who's a police officer, that she's in Kfar Aza, there are terrorists, she needs help. And all of a sudden the electricity went off and they had no more way of communicating. And they sat in the room in silence in the dark and they could hear the yelling near the window. And her friend told her they're gonna break the window. And 10 minutes later they broke the window and they entered the apartment screaming, and they approached the safe room and they tried to open the door, and he held the door with all his might. And the terrorist shot through the door around the bullets, and he was hit in his leg. And he was wounded by a bullet that brushed his head. She was hit in her right leg by a bullet. And they were in shock. They could not believe that this was happening. They could not believe that in the picturesque beauty of their kibbutz, that they're being shot in their own home. Tried to text her father again, no reception, no electricity, that she's shot. Finally, Santi signaled that we have to get out of here because they're burning the homes. They somehow make their way out. They see Hamas terrorists all over the kibbutz, some of them dressed as IDF soldiers. They see the border fence of the kibbutz completely breached. And finally, they're trying to decide what should they do. Should they leave? Should they stay? And they hear something metallic thrown at the door. And they realize that they're throwing grenades, so they simply made their way out, and they started to run and run and run and run deep into the kibbutz in the opposite direction. And they were hit again by more bullets. And finally, they found a place that they could rest. And somehow, miraculously, they were able to get into a car with someone who was able to get them out of the kibbutz into Sderot, and from Sderot, they were able to get into the hospital. The entire mindset of the Jewish people, the entire notion that the gift of the state of Israel gives us a certain sense of security, a certain sense of stability, and anchoring reality. That this is our place, this is our land. And yes, we have incidents, we have problems, we have issues, we have skirmishes, we have attacks. But our homes are our homes. All shavas, all in an instant. Completely compromised, completely breached. And in an instant, everyone's reality became something new. That is part of what we're mourning this Tisha B'Av. Part of what we're mourning this Tisha B'Av is the whiplash. The whiplash of Klal Yisrael reaching to understand what this new normal means for our people. The whiplash of relating to so many whose lives were forever changed and forever upended because of the experience of October 7th. Shava Suru Meni. This Churban came at an instant. We were getting ready to sing. We were getting ready for Simchas Torah. No warning, no anticipation. Vayishpos bayom hashvi'i. A Churban that came in an instant. Kina Vav. La'abed biyad edomim emunecha. Eicha, how could you rush in your wrath, ruining your loyal people at the hand of Rome? V'chein vitinu, and so we say, Zechar Hashem mehaya lanu. Rav Soloveitchik would point out that in Yahadus, we normally react to tragedy with the expression, Baruch Dayan Emes. Or in our generation, since we're very busy learning Torah, we don't have a lot of time, B'deh. That's the normal reaction. The Gemara in Brachos tells us, Shem Mivarach ala tov, kach mivarach ala ra. We have to make brachos on bad things too. We don't understand them. We can't comprehend them. We can't explain them. But our faith has to live with them. Very famous play by Elie Wiesel, where they put HaKadosh Baruch Hu on trial in the Holocaust to see, is God innocent or guilty for the tragedies that are befalling the Jewish people? And they're going back and forth. You promised this and you did that. You promised this and you did that. You promised this and you did that. Exactly like this kina. And at the end, Ninnu v'gamru, you know what the psak din was? Guilty. And then the last line of the play, so we declared God guilty. And then someone clapped and said, okay, it's time for mincha. Asher Yoshev Eisech. That's how we deal with tragedy. We don't understand it, we don't get it, we can't comprehend it, but we accept it. And we move forward, not on, but forward. And yet the language of Tisha B'Av is so different, says the Rav. The language of Tisha B'Av is a language of Eicha, of how could this happen? And in the how is, to some degree, an assumption of unrestrained wonderment. How could this be? Almost a critique. And it's very human and it's very real. And the Rav explained that the reason why this is permissible on Tisha B'Av is because of Yirmiyahu Hanavi. Yirmiyahu Hanavi saw so much tragedy and so much suffering that he is allowed, and he is the matir for Jewish history, to be allowed to say one day a year, Eicha. Hey, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This conversation is not going to be one where I just say, and Mirz Hashem Mashiach will come. This is going to be a real conversation. I'm going to tell you how I feel. I'm going to tell you what I think. I'm going to tell you what's going on in the heart and soul of a Jew. Eicha atzta be'apecha. How could you do this? I'm going to say it, as Elie Wiesel says, from within the circle of faith, not from without. I'm going to make the Dayana Emes, but give me a minute. Give me a minute before we tear Kriya. Give me a minute. Eicha atzta be'apecha. How could this happen? We have seen over the course of the last number of months extraordinary faith. Faith of biblical proportions. Faith from people who have some of the most limited contact with what we as a religious community would presume to be the most poignant and powerful expressions of faith. Faith from people who don't daven 3 times a day, who may not even keep Shabbos and Kashrus, but emunah, faith that we who saturate our lives with these moments and rituals can't possibly approach. Profound, deep, and real faith. There have been moments of Eicha Atzta Be'apecha, but there have been so many moments of Zechar Hashem Mehaya Lanu. Explains the Rav, Lanu doesn't mean us. It means us and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Zechar Hashem, remember what's happening to all of us. You too. They came after you too. There is a story that I heard about a religious woman who had 2 sons in the army. And one of them was injured, and she showed up at the hospital on Friday afternoon. She was without her family. It was close to Shabbos. And they kept saying, where's your husband? Where's your sister? Where's your parents? And she said, I'm here with Hashem and I'm here with you. And she became best friends with these chayalot who were in the hospital. And the other parents became her sisters and the other mothers. Very, very close relationships going through this common reality together, even though some were religious, some were not religious. And she shared a story that her son Aryeh, whose walking was compromised by his injury, was doing a tremendous amount of surgery and a tremendous amount of physical therapy, and he finally got to the point where he could get up on his 2 feet for the first time, and it was an extraordinary milestone. Those who had the opportunity to visit the rehab centers in Eretz Yisrael, Tel HaShomer and many others, to meet these young boys whose lives have been changed forever with these amputations, to think about what a hard day does to our mood and our perspective and our sentiment, and to look at what they are going to be living with for the rest of their life, and to hear their sense of pride in what they fought for and what they sacrificed for and what they gave for. How much they miss their units, how much they wish they could go back. It's overwhelming, it's extraordinary. This boy Aryeh was blessed with the possibility of walking again. But in the room, sharing the room with her, was another soldier named Idan. And Idan had lost a leg entirely. And Idan had lost a leg from the hip, and they weren't sure if he was going to be able to even get a prosthetic or not. And Idan's mother, Dana, who's not religious, was watching Aryeh get up on his 2 feet. And Aryeh's mother describes that she couldn't handle the scene. She couldn't handle it. She turned her head away from watching her own son take his first steps. And she started davening, Hashem, please make some distraction happen to distract this woman. I can't watch Idan's mother, whose son will never, ever walk on 2 feet again. Watch my son get up and stand. I can't handle it. And she says, my tefillos went unanswered. There were no distractions. And she watched Dana watch Aryeh get up on his 2 feet, and she's cheering him on. Go, Aryeh. Go, Aryeh, you can do it. Go, Aryeh, you can do it. And she's crying. Not because her son is getting up on his 2 feet, but she's crying because what strength and what emunah it takes for a woman to look at someone else's son and to be able to cheer her on. And she goes over to her and she says, who are you? Where do you get this strength from? I don't understand how you could do this. Okay, you're sitting in your corner to cheer him on, to celebrate his accomplishment while you're looking at your son in the bed. How do you do this? And she says to her, what do you mean? What do you mean? She says to her, I lost a brother in a previous war, this mother of Idan. And they came knocking at my door, and I know what it means when they come knocking at your door. And I said, when they came knocking at my door, I am not answering the door. And look, Baruch Hashem, he's alive. And not only he's alive, but he's with us. His personality is with us. His Ed is with us. He's with us. And yes, he has this terrible injury. It'll make him a better father. It'll make him a better husband. It'll make her a better everything in life. What's the big deal? And this woman, this religious woman who lit Shabbos candles every Friday night and daven and zok tehillim and daven mincha and ma'ariv and shachris and kept yontif and kashrus and everything. She said she was fainting, and she said, I can't even understand what you're saying. And Idan's mother turned to her and she says, by the way, I really think you need a little bit of more strength in your emunah. I see sometimes you're not so strong. And she said to her, I thought I was strong before I spoke to you. We'll talk a little bit later about a young child who was named in this room in memory of someone who was killed in Be'eri, Lior. Lior Schnabel. Lior Schnabel, who is named in this room for Lior Tarashansky, who was killed in Be'eri. And when I was in Eretz Yisrael a couple times ago, I went to sit with his family. And his father and his mother, not religious people, amazing people, showing me videos on their phone of the unfolding catastrophe in Be'eri. They lost a child, another child was a hostage. And the grandfather, Yehuda, he sits me down and he looks at me in the eyes, and I'm in the most non-religious neighborhood in Tel Aviv you could imagine. I'm telling you, we don't enough go to these places. It's on us. I walked into a house, there was no mezuzah. That's how distant we're talking. They don't hate anybody. They just don't know. They don't know. And the grandfather says to me, he looks me in the eye and he says, they came for the house on my right. They came for the house on my left. And the only thing stopping them from walking through the front door of my house was Hashem Bashamayim. Faith. Zechar Hashem mehayolanu. People who have every reason to be angry, to reject, yet somehow saw flashes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even in the anger and even in the Churban. And then came the unbelievable strength that had to be summoned by our soldiers, by our chayalim, who understood Zechar Hashem mehayolanu, who understood very well the lessons of Jewish history, that Churban is never a rejection of Am Yisrael itself. It may be a catastrophe, it may be a destruction of a particular context and space of the Jewish people, but it's never an abandonment of Am Yisrael itself. And that as they were preparing to go into Gaza, Zichar Hashem me'ayolanu, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was with them, and that Am Yisrael was with them, and Jewish history was with them. And Lieutenant Colonel Maoz Schwartz, the commander of the IDF Infantry Battalion 7007, on October 28th, when his soldiers were poised to invade Gaza, he said to them the following: Shabbat Shalom, everyone. A historic hour for everyone. I don't know if we can digest this moment. I don't know if we really understand the magnitude of the hour, but there is a huge togetherness here. The hour that the 7007th Battalion goes to war. Since yesterday, from the very early hours of the night, the IDF has been fighting the enemy. And others have been engaged with hundreds of enemy terrorists. We're not alone. And this is how I feel. The warriors of King David, the Maccabees, are with us. We're with Mordechai Anilovich and the Warsaw Ghetto uprising fighters. There are here with us the freedom fighters of Israel, of Etzel and Lehi and Palmach and the Haganah, and all the fighters throughout Israel's history since we became a nation. Few generations can say that they went out to fight for real, to really fight for the homeland in order to restore the honor that was a little lost on Simchas Torah, and we will now return it big time. I try to imagine a few years from now, when the younger soldiers here will be fathers to sons and grandsons, and the older ones will have grandsons and great-grandsons sitting on the couch at home, and your grandchild will ask you, in 2023, babies and children and adults, mothers and fathers were taken. And you will say, yes, I was there, and do you know what I did? I left our family and our home, I abandoned work, and I went to fight. And he will ask you, Father, did you really fight this thing? And you will tell him, yes, I fought this evil. And then he will say, and what was the end? And you will say that we were heroes and that the lions of our battalion defeated the enemy. A sense of confidence in Klal Yisrael. A sense of confidence in the Jewish people. We react to a HaKadosh Baruch Hu with this sense of such than ever. It's just mind-boggling. Anybody who has sat with individuals involved in Kiruv Rechokim will tell you. Zechar Hashem mehaya lanu. Somehow, through the pain and through the assault, so many are. Leadership within the Jewish people. Rav Tzadok points out that the entire Am Yisrael is called Mamleches Kohanim. We're all called Kohanim. So in what respect is a Kohen unique? Is a Kohen special? Is a Kohen exclusive in his identity as a leader in Am Yisrael? And he goes on to say that what makes Kahuna unique is that in Klal Yisrael, leaders are not meant to dominate and to control. Leaders are not meant to just manage and push. Leaders are meant to uplift and empower. The role of a Kohen is not to tell all the Yisraelim what to do. The role of the Kohen is to help every Yisrael discover the Kohen within themselves. That everyone can lead, that everyone can make an impact, that everyone can make a difference. The Kohanim were divided up into various mishmaros. Not every Kohen was serving every single day in the Beis HaMikdash. There was a system. There was a system. Most of the year, the Kohen and his family teaching Torah, serving the Jewish people, maybe raising money, I don't know. They're doing what Kohanim do, getting a lot of Rishon. But for that particular period of time, the Kohen and his family would be invited to do their weeks of service in the Beis HaMikdash. Over the course of this kina, the Mekonein relates the 24 mishmaros of the kahuna and describes the various communities that hosted these families of Kohanim. Some exclusively Kohanim, some a mixture of Kohanim and others. And it brings to the surface the notion that in Klal Yisrael we do not live as individuals that simply need a context, a landscape, a space to park our RV. Our family likes to take RV trips. When you get to a RV park, it's not a community. The only thing that you all have in common is sewage. You're not a community. Everybody's got their own place. Everybody's got their own home. Everybody's got their own family. And other than us, everybody has their own dog. It's not a community. We're all traveling. We need a place to stop. This is where we're going to stay. We're not just looking for a place to get a septic system, water and food, and a nice supermarket. That's not why we're in this community. A community in Klal Yisrael is a living and breathing entity. It pulsates with an energy that is the result of what's invested into it and what it invests back in to the people who live there. It's a product of not just its leaders. It's a product of its followers and the tone that they set and the standards that they keep. What is going to be acceptable in our community? That's not a function of control. It's a function of aspiration and ambition, of what we want out of a life and out of a community. What are going to be the standards and the expectations that our children are going to grow up with? How are they going to relate to haves and have-nots, to needs and wants, to spirituality, to material reality? What does a chevra look like in our community? What does unity look like in our community? When do we gather? When do we unify? When do we divide? What's a community? What is a tzibur? And the Kina describes the living, breathing energy that animates a tzibur, that animates a community. And yeah, a community can have, especially today, lots of different sub-communities. But at some point, it has to coalesce around more than shopping and bagels. It has to coalesce around a common shared vision for Klal Yisrael. A vision that leaves space for diversity, that leaves space for different approaches, different opinions, and different mahalchim. But a vision nonetheless, a vision of growth, a vision of movement. One of the things that we have learned over the course of this past year is about the precious, precious value and identity of communities. Since Klal Yisrael experienced a Churban, where the entire entity of a community is overrun, radiate and experience this reality. And we are in tremendous mourning. Communal life. You imagine if your block in Passaic, a few went to this hotel, a few went to that hotel, a few went to that hotel. No more minyan, no more shul, no more together, no more you have a simcha, you bring everybody, everybody's all over the place. So hard, so painful. Communities. When we were in Eretz Yisrael in October, we met with the community of Shlomit, who was at the time staying in Kfar Etzion. We ate lunch with them, we made a siyum with them, and we met their injured security coordinator, Oren. And he explained how he experienced that terrible day, that they're used to red alerts here in the area. They go in and out in safe rooms and continue with life. But in that particular day, it wasn't ending, and as the security coordinator, I wanted to make sure that nothing was going on outside my home. But I was starting to get messages that rockets were hitting neighbor houses. So we checked to make sure that everybody was okay. And then we started to hear that there were actual infiltrations, a few terrorists here and there at other kibbutzim. And he figured that the army would come and handle the situation, but he was getting ready in case the IDF needed backup. He updated his emergency squad, he got them together, he got his friends together. They checked out the house that was hit by the rocket, and they drove around the kibbutz. And as they're listening to the radio, they are hearing that the situation is getting worse and worse in the surrounding kibbutzim. Terrorists are going from house to house, purging the houses, slaughtering the entire kibbutz. And it was like a big wave, and at 7:38 a.m., I heard the security coordinator of Eshkol share that he had an encounter with terrorists in Pre-Gan. And he said on the radio, I'm hurt, I'm disconnecting. And Oren knew that he wasn't the head of the security group, which means if he's on the radio, that the head of the security group is in even bigger trouble. And he knew that the security team in Pre-Gan is not going to be able to stop this entire infiltration. But he's responsible for the security in Shlomit, in his community. And this kibbutz, a different community, is under attack. And of course, he knew very, very well that if they go and they leave this community and they go to help save the other community, that leaves Shlomit vulnerable to attack itself. An impossible choice. It's not like he could call a government person or a Rav or who's going to paskin this Shiloh. So he wrestled with the thought of leaving the kibbutz to fight for another one, especially knowing that the terrorists had vehicles, and he decided to leave half his team in Shlomit. Mamish Yaakov Avinu leaves half the team here, takes half the team there. Without hesitation, his friends Boaz and Oz join him to fight in Pre-Gan, and they arrive in Pre-Gan and they see that there's a battle between civilians and terrorists, and they join together, they attack the terrorists. And members of the Shlomit kibbutz security team are killed and injured in trying to save a different community, in trying to save Pre-Gan. And at this point, the community itself of Shlomit, they had very, very little protection. While they were trying to push in Pre-Gan, they continued to lose people. And eventually the day was brought under control. And during our trip, we met with one of the almonas, one of the widows, named Dana Cohen, who on Simchas Torah, her yeshuv, Shlomit, was not attacked. But the nearby yeshuv of Pre-Gan was attacked, and her husband, Aviad, went to go help. And in doing so, Aviad gave his life, Al Kiddush Hashem. And this woman, there were 3 almonas that we met with. This woman, all she could talk about, all she could convey, was such a fundamental desire and aspiration for Klal Yisrael to have emunah and achdus. She said to us, I was sitting right there, she said to us, I gave my husband to the Jewish people. And if it means that there'll be achdus in the Jewish people, I'm prepared to accept it. But if the Jewish people are going to continue to fight with each other, then as far as I'm concerned, he died for nothing. That's a heavy, heavy statement to make to 30, 40 Rabbanim who sat there feeling so small in deference to the giant of emunah sitting before us. And this whole community displaced, this whole community trying to get their world back together. I believe that since then, many members of Shlomit have been able to return. And the videos of them returning are in song. But this is what Am Yisrael is about. It's not just about Chayecha Kodmin, Hilchos Rotzeach, Gemaras in Sanhedrin. Klal Yisrael is about communities saving communities. It doesn't matter if we're okay and we need our defenses to protect us. Them over there, they need us more. It's an unbelievable act of Mesiras Nefesh. And it really has to make us think about the values of that community. What did it mean to live in that community, that those guys could make such a decision? Such an irrational, operationally distorted decision. What were the values of that community? How were they raising their children in terms of priorities to choose to go give their lives for someone else? And it's not just like when a soldier is recruited, this is your job, this is your calling, this is what we need you to do now. They had something else to do. This was their job. Their job was to protect their yishuv. As far as they're concerned, Kol Yisrael Arevim Zelazeh. You know what that means in halacha? In halacha, that means that I can make kiddush for you, even though I was already yotzei in kiddush, because if you haven't heard kiddush yet, I haven't fully heard kiddush yet. So I'm still obligated in kiddush. I made kiddush. It doesn't matter. You didn't make kiddush. How many Jews in Klal Yisrael haven't made kiddush? And we stand there on Shabbos and we say to ourselves, oh, we made kiddush with kavanah, our eyes were closed. We thought about the meaning of the words. We made kiddush. We didn't make kiddush. We made some kiddush. If there's a Jew on this planet that didn't make kiddush Friday night, our kiddush isn't finished. Are part of our world. Would we sacrifice something in Passaic, New Jersey, to go save Jews in Montclair? Would we sacrifice a chavrusa one night a week in Passaic, New Jersey? Such a small, tiny sacrifice. To go help Jews in Rutherford? I'm not talking about to go learn with people. To go help people who have nothing, who are not connected. Do we feel that achrayus? Do our children feel that achrayus? Or are we so obsessed with creating the perfect and pristine religious experience for ourselves and our families that we see any opportunity to embrace the other as a compromise to the purity of what we're trying to bring? Are we so soft? Are we so defenseless? Do we have such a lack of confidence in our homes and in our community that we can't open up to what it means to have another community? They sent their husbands to die for another community. Would we send ours to learn? Or ours to be mashpia? Heicha Yashva Chavatzeles Asharon. Whether you like it or not, we're the Kohanim of the Jewish people. We're the ones that have the background and the learning and the foundation and the commitment. We're the Kohanim of the Jewish people. You know what our job is? Our job is to help every Jew see the Kohen within themselves, not to sit in the Beis Hamikdash all year round. Kohanim didn't sit in the Beis Hamikdash all year round. They were with the people. Aaron HaKohen was with the people. Oev Shalom, Rodev Shalom. He walked the streets. He talked to people. He embraced people. He hugged people. He was with people. He didn't isolate himself in the Mikdash Hashem. He saw it as a source of energy in order to be able to bring that reality to the larger Jewish people, to the larger Am Yisrael. Can we create a reality that is welcoming and loving and embracing to other communities? We're the Kohanim. It's on us. Rav Soloveitchik points out in this kina in terms of the world of the Kohanim, we know that it was the Kohanim who had the last stand in protecting the Mikdash Hashem. And Rav Soloveitchik points out that the walls were breached on Shavasar B'Tammuz, and now we're holding by Tisha B'Av. How long is that? 3 weeks. Anyone who's ever had the schus to be in Yerushalayim, Yer HaKodesh, knows how long does it take to walk from the walls of the old city to the Kotel? How long? 20 minutes? 15 minutes? Depends if you stop to give tzedakah. Depends how many people you see. It depends if, you have to detour because of the elevator that's supposed to be ready in 2093. Depends, right? But 10, 15 minutes? 3 weeks? 3 weeks to beat a bunch of rabbis who'd taken up arms to fight for the Mikdash Hashem? 3 weeks it took them to get from Shar Yafo to the Kotel, to the Har HaBayis? 3 weeks? Writes the Rav that the Kohanim fought like you couldn't imagine. There's a fighting spirit in every Jew. And there's a fighting spirit in every Jew who fights for Am Yisrael. And there's a special fighting spirit when that fight emanates also from being anchored in the world of Torah. Rabbi Moshe Taragin of the Gush put out an incredibly inspiring book of his messages to the yeshiva over the course of the war. And in it he describes what it was like to lose 2 soldiers who were friends, who were chavrusas. Many of us have seen the picture of them learning together, David Schwartz and Yakir Hexter. David Schwartz's parents were native-born Israelis. Yakir Hexter's parents made Aliyah from the United States. And they were learning together. David had a pure, beautiful smile. It never left his face. He radiated happiness and goodness. A quiet, understated leadership. Wasn't aggressive or controlling. Assumed responsibility, a truth seeker. Intellectually curious. It inspired him to look at other things. He got into Chasidus. And for those who've spent any time in Yeshivat Har HaTzion, that's not exactly their defining approach. And yet, we take MS from everybody, from every stream. And Rabbi Taragin writes that because of David's tenacity and interest and passion, they brought a Chasidus Chabura into Yeshivat Har HaTzion. He was deeply spiritual. Yakir Hexter, very driven, held himself to very high standards, enjoyed learning Mesilas Yesharim, humble about his achievements, extremely tolerant of anyone who couldn't match his expectations, extremely modest, inconspicuous, charming, an artist, an original thinker. And he writes that it's amazing because you look at these 2 kids and you see none of the qualities that you would expect. If the United States Marines were walking into a base medrash and saying, we want to recruit, they'd have a hard time finding an Alvin. Maybe they could find a Joe. They'd have a hard time finding look at these guys sitting and learning. So so sweet, so precious, so soft. And for thousands of years, our children weren't forced, he writes, to undergo this metamorphosis into brave soldiers. And there is a deep price to pay for this historical privilege. And he writes what it's like as a Rebbe. You have to have for Rabbeim and Moros is astronomical. And the lack of kavod that we give them is reprehensible. Believe me, most of them could be doing other things with their life that pay more and don't come along with WhatsApp groups full of parents who are telling them what to do. Most of them could be doing things in life that aren't second-guessed every 20 seconds. And yet they choose to do this. And it's the greatest of our great that choose to do this. Every year in this shul, we celebrate a graduation kiddush, where we celebrate all the accomplishments of all of our children in the shul. Everyone. And everyone's going to make a contribution, and everyone's special, and everyone has something to give to the Jewish people and to the world. But we always make special mention of those who are going into Klei Kodesh, of the sacrifices that they are going to make. It's a privilege. Your kid comes to you and says, I need a little bit more financial help so I could get through smicha or a master's in education. You should go home and say the entire Sefer Tehillim out of Shevach and Hodah to HaKadosh Baruch Hu that he gave you that gift. And question what you've done in your life to deserve it. And hand them every penny you can. I think my parents are here. And hand them every penny you can. It's a gift to be a teacher. And the love and the respect and the commitment that they have is unbelievable. My kids, they go back to their rabbeim and their teachers years after they've left them for eitzah, for understanding, mostly of how to deal with their father. It's an unbelievable gift. And he says as a Rebbe what it's like to see two Talmidim, to know their kochos. My son's Rabbeim know his kochos in a way that I don't. I know him. But they know his potential in learning and his potential in Arbatzas HaTorah in a way that I don't. And my daughters as well. You know their kochos, you know what they could be, you know what they could give, you know what they could contribute. You're one of their parents. And to live with that understanding and that knowledge, and then to live with the reality that it was cut short in service of Am Yisrael, in sacrifice of Am Yisrael, of Eretz Yisrael, of Medinat Yisrael, is very prideful and very painful at the same time. To feel that sense of this is who they are, but also to know what they're not going to end up being able to contribute and able to be. And he writes that their death is even more painful because of the bond of friendship that they add during their lifetime, which started in high school, into yeshiva, army training, officer training. They served together until their death, locked in a friendship, in a chavrusa. The Gemara in Tainis, o chavrusa, o misusa. There is no life without friendship, without connection. That's what infuses our lives with such a sense of meaning and such a sense of connectivity. He quotes the Yalkut Shmoni, Amar David lifnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu, after the battle with Goliath. Ata osa milchama ulecha hu anitzachon. Hashem says back to David, Nosati li hanitzachon af ani nosein lecha hanitzachon. Heicha yashva chavatzeles asharon. We lost our best. We sacrificed so many. It's on us to continue that legacy of kahuna, to see the potential in everyone, to embrace our mandate, to make our community a place that stands as something special, as something unique. Our Passaic Clifton community and our larger community. Today we're with our larger community, a larger Orthodox community. Shouldn't be a place that's intimidating. Shouldn't be a place that has barriers of entry. Should be a place that anyone could walk into and feel embraced and feel special and feel loved unconditionally. To be part of Am Yisrael. Kina Yod. Kino Yud Aleph, Vayikonin Yirmiyo El Yoshio. This is a kina that expresses Yirmiyo Hanavi's intense mourning over the loss of Yoshio. Yoshio HaMelech comes onto the scene at only 8 years old, and we're told that for 18 years, even see a Sefer Torah, like a Tinok Shenishba running the Jewish people, Chelkiyo finds a Sefer Torah open to the Tochacha, Arar Asher Lo Yakim Es Divrei HaTorah Hazos, that there is a mandate for the king of the Jewish people to create this renaissance of growth and limud, and he begins a tshuva movement. Lo kam kamohu kemos avigdor, says the Kina. A tshuva movement where there was a revolution of Torah growth that was unseen since the days of Moshe Rabbeinu. And then it looked good. It looked like the Jewish people's trajectory would end up much more towards a redemptive reality. And then things go wrong. Throughout Tanakh, the Jewish people have always been situated, and certainly till today, between a power in the north and a power in the south. And the power in the south wanted to wage war with the power in the north. And in order to do that, Paro Necho wanted to cross through Eretz Yisrael. And he sends message to Yoshio, we're coming through your country. Yoshio believes that this is not for us, because the Torah says, Lo savaru chereb ba'artzachem. That when Klal Yisrael is doing the right thing, even a sword won't pass through our country. Afilu chereb shel shalom, even a sword of peace, even if you're not going to wage war in our country. Yirmiyo tells him, you don't understand, Yoshio. It's not as good as you think it is. Behind closed doors, people are still struggling. People are still not where we need them to be. And so he tells Yoshio, let them through. Yoshio ignores him, decides not to. Paro invades Eretz Yisrael, and ultimately Yoshio is killed, and this set the stage for Churban HaBayis. This kina explains the Rav. One of the reasons why we focus on this kina is because over the course of kinos, we are discussing and we are lamenting and we are crying for the macro losses of the Jewish people, for communities, for Am Yisrael, for Churban HaBayis. And as we know well, it is so easy when you are focused on the masses to lose sight of the individuals. Soon after October 7th, at the OU, we were having a conversation. A conversation was taking place between Rabbi Hauer and Rabbanit Racheli Frankel. Racheli Frankel is the mother of one of the 3 boys who were kidnapped and murdered that led to the previous Gaza war. I believe that happened 10 years ago. And one of the things that Racheli Frankel, who I had the opportunity to spend a Shabbos with a number of years ago, a remarkable woman of faith, an incredible teacher of Torah. One of the things that she shared with us was that there are so many losses on October 7th that people will feel, the Avelim will feel, like their children, their brothers, their parents, they're just one of October 7th. And they'll recede, their memory will recede into this larger, iconic, tragic reality of the Jewish people, the Holocaust. And inspired by that, started a program run by a very close friend, Rabbi Motzin, called Yachad LaNetzach. Not together we'll win, together forever. And we started a program where the goal is, we're focused on soldiers, others are focusing on others. Every single soldier lost has a home in a community. That Vayikonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshio. That our kina is for him or for her. Every soldier lost has a group of people that if you stop them in the street and they say, do you know the names of anyone who was killed in the war on October 7th? And they'll say, yes, I do. Every soldier has a community that when they walk into the shul for Shachris Mincha Mariv, for a bar mitzvah or a graduation, for a kiddush or a vort, they see facing them, Vayikonin Yirmiyahu al Yoshio, one person. One person. And for our shul, we have had the great zchus to embrace the memory and the legacy of an incredibly brave young man, Hallel Sa'adon. Tisha B'Av is also called a moed. We also try to see the points of moed means connection, vi'ud, connection, community. We also try to see the moed in Tisha B'Av, the connection. And every moed has a hallel. And it has been such a zchus to think about him, to learn for him, to do chesed for him, to connect to him. And it is such a zchus, this Tisha B'Av, for our community to host his parents and his siblings here in this room. People who gave their everything. Gave their everything for us, for the Jewish people, for Medinat Yisrael. Vayikonin Yirmiyahu al Yoshio. It's a great, great privilege and zchus for me to ask our friend, Hallel's father, to share with us Vayikonin Yirmiyahu on his Yoshio, the story and the legacy of his son Hallel. Gilon.
Hearing Rabbi Glaser speaks, I'm a little bit regretting not letting him tell the story. It would have been a much better story. Probably longer, but better. I just want to tell the story of what we went through on October 7th on Simchat Torah, and a little bit about the battle in which Hallel and his friend was. And I want to emphasize the heroism of them, of all the soldiers in his unit and his friends from other units and his neighbors in Kfar Etzion in the Bet Almin. On the morning of Simchat Torah, where we're living, we didn't hear any of the sirens. We didn't know anything is happening in the south. At some point, members of the Yeshuv come to tell us that they opened the shelters because there is a war in Gaza. And only then we find out that there is a war and we knew that Hallel is in a post near Kibbutz Sufa, an outpost near Kibbutz Sufa, and we tried to call him to see what happened, if he's fine, and what's the story. And as Rabbi Glazer said, we didn't think much of it. We used to have sirens and red alerts, and that there is terrorist on the fence. It was already a usual thing. It happened a lot. and he didn't answer. And so we waited a couple more hours to see if there is any news, but there was no news. We started looking at websites to see the news, to see what's going on, and we understood that there is a much bigger fight than we thought, and that there is a chance that something bad happened. And we tried all we could, however. The only thing we knew that there is some of the friends that are wounded and already evacuated to Soroka Hospital in Be'er Sheva. On Sunday, after trying to get information from every person we knew, anyone who could help, I decided to send a WhatsApp message to the group of the parents of his friends that we had before, and to ask if any of his friends that are wounded and already evacuated knows anything about Hallel. And a couple hours later, one of his, again, brave friends had the courage to call us and tell us that Hallel was killed during the battle. He didn't know where is Hallel now, but he knows that Hallel was killed. He saw him, and that he's sure that Hallel is already killed. So at this point, we only waited for the IDF to come and tell us that Hallel is, that we have a body to bury because there is a chance he was kidnapped. And that happened only on Monday evening, that the IDF came and gave us the official notice that Hallel was killed, and that we have the body, and we will have Levaya. They couldn't tell us when, because it was a big balagan in Israel at this time. They didn't know whether there were going to be time to identify him. They have a whole process on how to identify the body and make sure there is no mistakes, and it takes time. And they had a lot of soldiers and citizens to identify. So they couldn't tell us when the Levaya going to be. But fortunately, since we want to bury him in Kfar Tzion, in Gush Etzion, and they had already 2 Levayot that was going to be there, they rushed things up, and we were able to have a Levaya on Wednesday, which was really fast. That's a very short version of these couple days waiting for Hallel. On the morning of Simchat Torah, Hallel and his friends were in Sufa outpost. It's right next to the Sufa kibbutz, Kibbutz Sufa, and very close to the border of Gaza. The Rabbi Yaakov said in 6:30 they had sirens, and as the procedure says, they need to leave whatever they do and go into the safe room. And this is what they did, all these soldiers in the outpost. And when it happens, they just take their weapon and run to the safe room. They don't take any other equipment with them. And after doing that, a couple of minutes, they heard that there is an invasion, a foot invasion, from the commander outside of the outpost. And the orders were to go back to the rooms and get ready for a fight outside the outpost, protecting the kibbutzim around them. But but the terrorists came really fast, and they didn't get a chance to leave the outpost. And the terrorists get to the outpost before they were able to go out. So most of the battle was inside the outpost. Hallel's direct commander called him, told him, Hallel, come with me, and a few other soldiers. Hallel was I'm not sure how to translate. He was the Navat Chod and Kala Chod. He was at the front of the lines with his commanders. And so he was the first to go with the commander. They got all their equipment and ran to the front gate of the outpost. From there, they tried to shoot back at the terrorists, and the goal was to go out and protect the kibbutz. But the outpost it was Simchat Torah, so there weren't a lot of soldiers over there, combat soldiers. They were about 20, 10 from his unit and 10 from a different unit. And the outpost was surrounded by terrorists. The outpost it's not so big, but it's surrounded by concrete walls. And the terrorists used grenades and explosive and throw it over the walls. And these walls also had a small hole at the bottom from which the terrorists put their rifles in and just shoot inside the outpost. At some point, when they understood they wouldn't be able to fight them because they don't see who they're fighting with, they decided to go back into the safe room and fight from there, and fight from there. And it's also where all the wounded soldiers went into. So everybody was going into the safe room. Hallel and the two of his friends decided to stay outside and fight and guard the safe room. They stood at the entrance of the safe room and shoot back at any terrorists they saw. At some point, Hallel was shot and killed on the spot, and the two other friends decided that to go back inside and try keep fighting from inside. Hallel was with another friend of his. His name was Shlomo Klein. He's from Efrat, and Shlomo tried to pull Hallel inside after he was shot, and he was shot in his hand and was wounded. It's another trying to tell stories of how brave they were. That Shlomo tried to save, not Hallel. Hallel was killed. He saw that. He just tried to bring his body back into the safe room so they won't take him. And he was shot in his hand, so they decided not to do that. Two of Hallel's friends from the other unit inside one of the rooms, and they were wounded. So they took their equipment and left the safe room and went to help them, and actually saving some of them. And unfortunately, they weren't be able to come back and was killed with the other soldier that they were trying to save. Their name was Amit Most and Ofir Melman. Brave soldiers. um, after October 7th, a couple of months, I think, we've joined the spouses or brothers. That the main goal is to call for the government to win and not give up. But being there and hearing time and time again about soldiers and civilians or soldiers that are not that already finished the army, and hearing their stories and their bravery and their heroism give us strength, give us the little bit of nechama of from all this situation. Every soldier has a story, a lot of stories which are I can't understand how this there are kids 20, 21, 18, 19 that did stuff that I don't understand where they had this strength and courage to do. I'm sure, like Rabbi Yaakov told a couple stories. There are a lot of stories that you can hear and learn from. And how these kids soldiers weren't thinking about themselves or about their well-being and took risks in order to save their friends, in order to save the settlements, the yeshuvim, the kibbutzim they were protecting. And it's just amazing. During the Shiva of Hallel, we learned a lot about him. As Rabbi Yaakov said, he always, you don't really know your son or your spouse. You hear the stories, you know him from one side, but you can learn more about him when you hear it from others, from his friends and from his teachers, rabbis. Hallel was our oldest, was 21. He had a big heart. and he loved to help everyone, especially his friends and teachers. We heard stories from his friends were the same. How fun he was, and how he loved his friends and wanted to help them. One of the teachers told us that Hallel was before. Hallel studied at a special place called the Brosh HaBik'ah, which is a place for kids that are full of life but having a hard time sitting and learning. It's a place where they have other things to do there rather than just sitting all day and learning. Hallel was into horses. He was a horse instructor. He learned how to train horses. But he also had very good hands with wood, and he did a lot of stuff. And they have over there, they have a wood shop, which they can express themselves there also. And this is one of the teachers said that he came one night in the middle of the night and he's seeing Hallel working on something. And he asked Hallel, what are you doing here so late? So Hallel said, I don't have time tomorrow, it's the end of the year, and I want to make something for my teacher. So he made a gift for his teacher. And so we also asked his friends anything that he did. We don't have a lot of stuff that he did. They said that whatever he did, he gave to his friends. One friend said, he gave me something and told me, here, this is for your girlfriend. Everything he did with all his heart and his power. He did it the best he could. After high school, he did Shnat Shirut, a year of service in a farm, also in Bik'at HaYarden. He was a shepherd, and the purpose of being a shepherd in Bik'at HaYarden is one of the purposes is to save the land from the Arabs that tries to take it. But he was there working really hard. He was the only Shnat Shirut over there. He was working really hard and doing his best. And when he joined the army, he told us that it's easy because after the year that he had in the Shnat Shirut, it was better. He sleeps better. He has more food. He had a really a lot of time people ask us about what give us strength, what give us comfort. And as you heard from Rabbi Glada, the stories on October 7th are horrific. And one of the things that were really give us strength is to know that Hallel had the chance to fight back, had the chance to help his friends, to be there, and to fight back, to shoot at the terrorist that was trying to kill him and his friends. A lot of people on October 7th were killed without the option, without the ability to fight back or even see who was shooting them, who was killing them. And we were really afraid that at first that he didn't get a chance, that they were killed in their beds or something like that. and also that their death wasn't meaningful, was meaningful, and not just with no purpose. I spoke yesterday, I said something about the Gvura and about the sons, the soldiers now in Israel, seeing the families of the soldiers that were killed, the soldiers that are still fighting for Israel and for the Jewish people. It's also a nechama. When we see the sacrifice that every soldier and his family right now that are still fighting or wounded or killed, we know that we are in an historical moment that will be remembered and will be part of our nation's memory for a long time. Like we have, like Sheshet Hayamim and Yom Kippur and 48. Everything we might not see it now, but because we're in it. But hopefully, from this very low point of where we are, we will grow even higher than where we were.
Kina Yud Aleph, like. Kino Yud Gimel points throughout Tanakh where there are promises made to the Jewish people, promises that are unique to Am Yisrael, promises to Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, promises to Moshe Rabbeinu and beyond, promises that Jewish history will follow patterns and trajectories that allow for Klal Yisrael to be able to live the ideals of Torah and mitzvos, to be able to represent, embody, and teach what it means to be a Tzelem Elokim to the larger world. Eiko, where did all of these opportunities go? Israel, the state of Israel, is a profound gift of our historical era. It's a precious, precious treasure that we are privileged to carry the responsibility for, both in its inherent value to our generation, what it means that we can go there, what it means that we could live there, as well as its significance situated in historical context and what it represents in the unfolding redemption of the Jewish people. And sitting here, we believe that our beloved state of Israel stands as an imperfect yet extraordinary expression of Hashgachas Hashem, regardless of how you relate to its messianic dimensions. We certainly recognize that if this keynote was being written today, that one of the codes of our generation, one of the promises that we are living of our generation, is the reality that we possess this incredible gift, this opportunity of the state of Israel. The displacement of families, which is so much of part of the pain of the Churban that we are experiencing today, is also a loss. It may not be always a loss of life, but it's a loss of living. It's a loss of stability. When we were in Eretz Yisrael, staying in one of the hotels where there were many, many families, I think one of the saddest sights that I saw were families that they had put on the door of their hotel room the mishpachat sign from their home, because this hotel room was their home. Then you get into the elevators with like 20 of these little kids that have never been in a hotel in their life. Every trip to the 7th floor involved them pushing every single button. Up the elevator, down the elevator, up the elevator, down the elevator. This is their activity. This is their school. They're used to roaming free and running in the cities and the kibbutzim of the north and the south. Kedusha in Eretz Yisrael is established in two ways. Kedusha is established through kibush, through conquest. And Kedusha is established through chizuk, through settlement. And one would imagine that the force of kibush represents a more powerful and more permanent presence of Kedusha Sa'aretz. It's with force, it's with power. We're Kodesh Eretz Yisrael. But the truth is that the Kedusha Rishona was a Kedusha Lishata. That the Kedusha infused into Eretz Yisrael as a result of the conquest was a Kedusha that ultimately was able to be expelled when the enemies of Klal Yisrael came and they conquered the land themselves. They were able to extract that Kedusha by the very same mechanism that we infused it with Kedusha. And so therefore the years post the Babylonian exile were not years where there were halachic Kedusha Sa'aretz. It was still Eretz Yisrael. It's still the promised land of the Jewish people. Yerushalayim, the Rambam writes, although this is subject to a big machlokas Rishonim, Yerushalayim always had Kedusha, mipnei Ashchina. But the Kedusha Sa'aretz of Kibush, it comes with Kibush, it goes with Kibush. But, says the Gemara, when Ezra and Nehemiah called the Jewish people home, when Ezra and Nehemiah travel the communities of Bavel and they say the time has come, we're going back to Eretz Yisrael, not as conquerors, but as settlers. We're going to settle the land, we're going to build the communities. We're going to build institutions and homes and families. Come, we're going back to Eretz Yisrael, Kedusha Shniya, the second Kedusha, the Kedusha of Chazaka, the Kedusha of settlement, is Kedusha La'asid Lava. That Kedusha never leaves. And so when the enemies of the Jewish people managed to expel Klal Yisrael, the second time, they did not sever the radiating halachic Kedusha Sa'aretz. Because what it means to live and to farm and to work and to learn and to be within the homes of the community of Eretz Yisrael, that itself has such a sense of permanence, has such a sense of infusion of what it means to create a connection between Klal Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael and our vehicle in our generation through Medinat Yisrael. We have many letters that were left by some of the soldiers who died al Kiddush Hashem. And many of them describe such a unique perspective. Many of them describe a mindset that's not your typical mindset of war. That their sense of purpose and of mission may be to, at some level, to face and conquer the enemy. But they understand al mahem lochamim. They understand what they're fighting for, not just what they're fighting against. And they had such a sense of achraya, such a sense of responsibility for the yeshuvim, for the kibbutzim, for the cities, for the citizens that were behind them. And they have such a sense of history. One of the letters that we have from a soldier reads, Mishpacha yikara v'ahuva, mi amar lelamed yiladim, eich chotvim michtav kazeh. Who teaches children how to write such a letter? Eze medina miyuchedet. What a special state we have. Ani margish zichut. I feel a sense of zichus. I feel a sense of privilege. Lakachas chelek behagana al hamedina. That I'm not just about kibush. I'm not just about conquest. I'm about conquest for settlement. I'm about conquest for our state. Ani margish chelek mehahistoria shenichtaves achshav. I feel that I am part of history that's being written right now. A 23-year-old boy wrote these words. Toda shechanchitem osi al kiddush Hashem. Thank you, dear parents, that you raised me not just like we raise our children, for the mitzvahs of Shabbos and how to wash properly and say brachas and kashrus and what's a ben yomo and davening and when do you stand up and when do you sit down and all the halachas of the 9 days. Chinuch, if someone said, let's have some classes on chinuch, that's what they mean. Tell us, how do we inspire our children? Why do you want to inspire your children? Maybe leave them uninspired? No, we need them inspired so that they'll want to learn Torah and they'll want to do mitzvahs and they'll want to do everything. Can any of us imagine, can any of us remember a single moment where as part of the corpus of our chinuch, of our children, we taught them, Todah shechanichatzem osi al kiddush Hashem. We taught them, hey, I want you to know that if it ever came to it, I want you to know that if you ever encountered that moment, I want you to know what it means not just to live to be a Jew, but to die as a Jew. Al chesed, that you brought me up not just with Kiddush Hashem, you brought me up with chesed, v'al ahavas haaretz, and to love the land. To love the land. To feel that land is something worth dying for. To hold on to another 2 acres, to hold on to another yeshuv. Hakol zeh b'zchutem. All of this is in your merit. V'shelachem, and it belongs to you. Atem mishpacha letiferet medinat Yisrael. You glorious family of the state of Israel. Ohev itchem hamon. I love you so much. Am Yisrael chai. Kino Yud Gimel. The Churban is depicted in our Magil Hashana as something that begins at the very externals of our existence and then proceeds inwards. Tzom Gedalia, the assassination of leadership, Asara B'Teves, the surrounding of Yerushalayim, Shivasar B'Tamuz, the walls are breached, and then Tisha B'Av, the Mikdash is set ablaze. The destruction is something that moves progressively inwards towards the epicenter of our communal and our religious existence, the heart of our world. And this Kina is about those final moments of penetration into the sanctuary and sanctity of Am Yisrael. Tsar Bifnim. Zacharas Asher Asa Tsar Bifnim. The Tsar here is Titus historically, but not mentioned by name, because the Tsar has been many, many different people over the course of Jewish history. Zacharas Asher Asa Tsar Bifnim. And this year, perhaps more than any other, the notion that the enemies of Am Yisrael are not somewhere out there. They're not something that's happening beyond us, but that the enemies of the Jewish people were able to puncture the surrounding defenses and make their way into the most inner protected spaces of Am Yisrael. The many, many stories of people holding the handle of a safe room with every ounce of energy and strength they have in their body for hours and hours and hours, protecting that inner sanctum, holding the precious souls of their family, of their friends, of the Jewish people. Zachar aser sher asa tsar bifnim. Every time one of these terrible terrorists, Yimach Shemam, entered a house, entered a safe room, entered a base, entered the state of Israel, every time, Tsar Bifnim, that's the enemies of Am Yisrael in the Kodesh HaKdashim of the Beis HaMikdash. And the question is posed by many, how is it possible that a building that did not just stand as a material edifice in this world, but a building that stood capable of containing and manifesting the presence of a Kadosh Baruch Hu, of the infinite? V'shachanti b'socham, v'asuli mikdash, v'shachanti b'socham. A Kadosh Baruch Hu is in the Beis HaMikdash. We're not allowed to walk into the Kodesh HaKdashim under penalty of death at all throughout the entire year. One man, once a year, for a few minutes, can walk into this space, Bifnim. And all the preparation, Shivas Yamim, Kodem, Lishkas Parhedrin, he has to prepare, he has to know the Avoda, we have a backup. Every step that he takes is perfectly choreographed to make sure it is in alignment with the maximal expression of the spiritual capacity of that space to connect Am Yisrael to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He's our emissary. He embodies the Jewish people. He carries the Jewish people bifnim. These are the moments that we think about Kodesh HaKdashim. It didn't even occupy physical space. The Gemara tells us if you were to measure the outside area and you were to measure the Kodesh HaKdashim area, you would end up with a calculus that does not actually represent the existence of this space. And yet Titus HaRasha, he could just walk right in. The enemies of the Jewish people could just walk right in. And the answer is, as the Meshech Chochmah explains regarding the Shviras HaLuchos, a Meshech Chochmah that I learned from one of my dear Rabbeim, Rabbi Schachter. The Meshech Chochmah writes, how is it that Moshe Rabbeinu breaks the Luchos? What happened to Sheamus, you know? How come that, the Luchos, that's not like a Shabbos Shuvah drasha Mara Makomos. Maybe if we put it in a plastic bag in a seasons, not seasons anymore, but we put it in a bag, we put it in the garden, maybe no, I have to bury it. Sometimes you're at a levaya and some guy walks up, everyone's crying, everyone's, in mourning, and, you got one of these people, a little socially off, and picks up 2 bags and starts dumping hundreds of pieces of paper and books on the... Okay, there's a way to do it with covered ames. And Moshe Rabbeinu is able to just break the luchos. The Meshech Chochmah says no, because once Klal Yisrael had distanced their connection to the Ribono Shel Olam, the luchos no longer contained the kedusha. And once the kedusha is gone, then it's just a physical item. And the same is true with the Beis Hamikdash. That the Jewish people had comported themselves in such a way that they were no longer worthy of hosting V'shachanti b'socham. HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence in the Mikdash begins with his presence within us. And if we are carrying ourselves in such a manner that it is incompatible with the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then there is no Hashem in the Beis HaMikdash. And now it's just a building. And if it's a building, anybody could walk in and anybody could throw it down. And we know that the behavior of the Jewish people during these times was incredibly compromised. But the world of Titus, when Titus walks in, of HaMikdash Sheni, says the Gemara, Shayu oskim b'Torah. There were night seders, there were shiurim, there were mishnayos WhatsApp groups, there was daf yomi, there was oskim b'Torah. Uve mitzvos. The amount of lulav sales, the amount of shofar blowings, the amount of tons of mitzvos, kosher restaurants. You didn't have to go to Monsey for a fancy kosher restaurant. You had one right there in Yerushalayim. You could go anywhere, but Torah, the mitzvos, you could eat kosher, you could, hundreds of mikvos, everything good, gemilus chasadim, the gemachs. Gemach for everything. Gemach for Tisha B'Av beach chairs. Gemach for everything. Anything you could possibly imagine. Gemach, gemach, gemach. Ibnei Machorav. So if that was the Jewish people in Bayis Sheni, then why did we lose the Mikdash? Says the Gemara, Ibnei Shahaisa Bo Sinas Chinam. Because we treated each other, even just in our mindset, we treated each other with sinas chinam. And lest you think that Jew and diktuka mitzvahs, says the Gemara, sheshikula sinas chinam kineged shalosh averos avodah zara gili arayos v'shvichas damim. You want to know what the unraveling of the Jewish community looks like? It's the world of sinas chinam. This was an era of tremendous Torah. Just so we understand what was going on here, with all due respect to the All Torah apps, which are amazing, to YU Torah, which is amazing. Rabbi Akiva was giving shir. Rabbi Akiva was giving shir. Not shiurim about Rabbi Akiva, right? And I think he gave shir, and he didn't even have to end the Gemara in Makkas. That's really popular about Rabbi. He was teaching everything else. He wasn't yet even the internal optimist that we could give good drush. You could go hear shir from Rabbi Akiva, from Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Unbelievable. And yet, because of sinas chinam does not mean a lack of uniform thinking or a lack of uniformed living. Sinas chinam means hatred of the hearts. How do you know what's in people's heart? You listen to what they say, and you look at what they do. And it's always been challenging in the Jewish people to create spaces of mutual respect and coexistence. We think differently. We have different approaches to things. But there's no question that in the months and in the weeks leading up to this past Sukkot, that the situation had spiraled completely out of control. The rhetoric, the vitriol, the absolute inability to provide any space for different approaches to life reached a climax of epic proportions. And between judicial controversies, Yom Kippur controversies, all of the sudden, enemies meant Jews. One of my worst moments of October 7th was when we had to get up in shul and announce to everyone that violence had broken out in Israel, and we were going to say Tehillim. And to find out afterwards that my more generalized depiction of what had happened had meant that some people assumed that the violence I was referring to was between Jews. That we should even be in such a context, that that's a havamina. The Gemara tells the story of Kamsa bar Kamsa. The story of a host who was having a party. And he told his servant, I want you to invite Kamsa. And the servant, this is before, eat invitations. In which case, this happens much more often, actually, now. Just start the email address, and before you know it, you invited everyone you ever dated to your wedding. So he goes and he confuses what his instructions were, and he ends up inviting the wrong person. He ends up inviting Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa comes, the host doesn't want to let him stay, big fight. And the Gemara says, Akamsa ubar Kamsa charav Yerushalayim. Because of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, you know what happened? And the story unfolds, all the details. He goes, he tells the Romans that the Jews, they're not really loyal. As a result, this sets into motion to do wrong. Kamsa is sitting in his house. He never went anywhere. He's the one that's just sitting there wondering why there's a wedding at the Brightstone that he wasn't invited to. He didn't do anything wrong. He's just sitting there. He's like, okay, I didn't. Bar Kamsa is the one who shows up, and he goes through the whole thing, and he reports the Jews, and he's a meiser, and he's a... What did Kamsa do wrong? Says the Maharal, I think one of the most yesodistic points about Sinas Chinam, and maybe I've shared it in the past, I probably have, but it bears repeating. And that is that the reason why the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed because of Kamsa is because the relationship between the host and Kamsa was such that it was exclusionary to Bar Kamsa. Kamsa represented the Chevra. Kamsa represented the positive relationship that the host had with him. But what does it mean that I'm with you? It means that we are not with them. And says the Maharal, a long time ago, says the Maharal that when we create communities, ideological communities, physical communities, chevras, cliques, and the energy of that bond is that we're us and we're not them. It's not just sinas chinam, how you treat them. That for sure is sinas chinam, that's obvious. It's sinas chinam even in the love you express to the chevra you have. That's also sinas chinam. Because the more you reinforce the bonds of connection as an exclusionary identity to other Jews, the more you widen the rift among Klal Yisrael between all of us. It's not okay for there to be an us and a them. It's okay to have a difference of opinion. It's okay to express a difference of opinion. It's okay to have different standards and different realities. It's not okay that we're a Kamsa and they're a Bar Kamsa. They're not us. It's not okay. And it is that type of unraveling and breakdown of Klal Yisrael that leaves us susceptible and vulnerable. And it is a recorded, undisputed fact that some of the hostages who came back reported being told by terrorists in Gaza that they were hyper aware of the internal strife and discord that was going on in Israel at the highest levels and the deepest levels, and that they recognized that as an opportune moment. You could say it's b'derech hateva, you could say it's b'derech anything, but the reality is when we create Avas Yisrael, we create a shmira for Klal Yisrael. When we create Avas Yisrael, when we're one people, when we're worthy of v'shachanti b'socham, then when our enemies come banging, they don't encounter a building devoid of the sanctity of the Jewish people. They encounter a unified nation. They encounter a people who are together. When Titus walked into the Beis Hamikdash, the Gemara tells us the Kruvim were hugging and crying. And the Bnei Yissaschar famously asks, that's strange. The Gemara says that the Kruvim were miraculous, the cherubs, the children on top of the Aron. They were miraculous. Sometimes they faced away from each other, sometimes they faced towards each other. The Gemara says, what's what? When Osin Ritzono Shel Makom, when we do the right thing, they face each other. When Ein Osin Ritzono Shel Makom, when we don't do the right thing, they face away from each other. Walking into the Beis Hamikdash to destroy it, one would presume, is a moment of Ein Osin Ritzono Shel Makom. We're susceptible to this because we're not where we should be, and where we could be, and where we want to be. So why are the Kruvim facing each other? Why aren't they facing apart? And there are many answers to this question, and we've shared many of them, but I want to suggest this year a different answer. That maybe the Kruvim don't just represent HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. Maybe they represent these two children, maybe they represent Klal Yisrael themselves. And that we all know that when the moment of Churban comes, that's when everybody's hugging and crying on each other's shoulder. There is a unity that comes from having to face a common enemy. But it's not just a pragmatic, utilitarian unity. It's an awakened family unity. I was reading a book, I think I mentioned it in Shul, that talks about the uniqueness of the state of Israel. And he was describing, the biker gets off the bike, the biker's screaming, the bus driver's screaming, you were wrong and you shouldn't have been in this lane, no, you turned without signaling. They're screaming and yelling and screaming and yelling, and then everyone on the bus gets into it, and then everyone who's on the street gets into it, and before you know it, there's a whole exciting, everybody's yelling and everybody's screaming, and everybody gets it out of their system. And then the bus driver gets ready to get back on the bus, and the biker says, hey, could you tell me how to get to Kiryat Gat? And he's like, yeah, sure. You take this road to this highway, then you get off here, then you go there. And he's like, watch it. And Ki'ilu, nothing ever happened. Ki'ilu, nothing ever happened. They were ready to rip each other head off, and nothing happened. That's what's awakened in Klal Yisrael. Don't mistake it. Don't mistake it for just a reactive unity. It's real. It's there. We're a family. We love each other. We care about each other. We don't care how we practice and what we do. Deep down, we know this. Deep down, we all stood together at Sinai together. We get distracted. We hunker down. We get overly passionate. And we handle it terribly. But if we view the war as simply an exceptional moment. Yeah, everybody could get together when there's a war, but now we've gotten used to it, and so now the period begins again. That's not Klal Yisrael. It awakens something real. It wasn't just, I felt bad for you. It's for a moment, what mattered most is that we're a family. And that is what Klal Yisrael needs to work on. Avas Yisrael. Loving other Jews that are not like us, Jews that we disagree with, knowing how to disagree with respect and with dignity, how we talk about others, who we don't agree with, are they a bar kamsa? Are they them? Or are they us? And even in a family, not everybody agrees. This kina is also one of the earliest texts that we have identifying the kotel as part of Harabayas. Al Sad Ma'aravi Lezecher Hisrid Bo. Titus may have destroyed the Beis Hamikdash, but he was not able to bring the entire building down. And the reason for that is because Shechina lo zaza mimarav. The Shechina never left. Why did the Shechina never leave? Because we were bad, but we weren't that bad? No. The Shechina never left because there's a piece of us, a very deep inner piece of us, that is worthy of Ashras HaShechina. And we're not starting from nowhere. And the question is, when you look at that Kotel Amaravi, do you see the end of the previous era, or do you see the beginning of the next one? Do you look at it and say, this is destruction, Tikkun Chatzos? Or do you say, this is where I'm going to make a bar mitzvah, to build the next stone, to build the next generation of the Jewish people? And we live in an era where we are zocher to both. It's a makam churban. We tear our shirt when we see the Kotel. But then as we walk a little closer, we feel such pride and such a gift, a chance to connect in such a deep way. And then you know what happens? It's not spiritual. What happens next is we see people we haven't seen, or people we do see, but we don't talk to them. But now we're going to talk to them because we're at the Kotel. It awakens within Klal Yisrael, v'shachanti b'socham. And it helps us recognize that there are opportunities to be together. The soldiers report that in their ranks, none of this matters. There's no division. Nobody cares. You're for judicial reform, you're against judicial reform, you like Shabbos, you don't like Shabbos, you want the train, you don't want the train, da, 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 da. And it's not because they're dealing with a bigger enemy, it's because they're dealing with a bigger purpose. It's because they're living Am Yisrael. And we're living schedules. And so they understand, they young, impressionable kids understand that v'shachanti b'socham, that what it means to fight for Klal Yisrael is to fight together. And you've seen the hashpah that comes in such a reality. Tzitzis and Tefillin and Shabbos and Talmud Torah, and how many soldiers have been turned on to Yiddishkeit because they're in a space where no one's trying to force them to do it. But we're all just biyachad, we're all just together. Why can't we replicate that all over the world? Why does it need a foxhole? Zacharas asher asa tsar bifnim. If we want to prevent the tsaros bifnim, we have to work on our bifnim. The way we work on our bifnim is to go even deeper than bifnim and to find those points of connection, those feelings and aspirations of Avas Yisrael, and to bring the Jewish people back together. Kino Tesai. Kino Chaf Aleph is a kino that describes the execution of the Asara Haruge Malchus, the teachers of Torah, whose entire life was consumed with advancing Am Yisrael, Klal Yisrael, in so many different ways. Communal leaders, Torah leaders, scholars. And I want to just contribute one insight here, and then we'll recite this kina together. That has to do with how the kina describes the notion of dying al Kiddush Hashem. Hashem and Gamliel, Rabbi Yishmael, Kohen Gadol, these are heart-wrenching stories. Rav Chanina ben Tradion, the Romans wrapping him in a Torah that he would learn, setting it afire, prolonging the pain. The declaration that he makes in the Gemara and Avodah Zarah, Gvilin Nisrafin Va'osios Parchos. You can destroy the parchment, you can destroy the context. You can't destroy the meaning and the purpose and the impact of Torah. You can't destroy the values of Torah. You can't destroy the osios of Torah. There are a number of yeshivos that have lost proportionally extremely high numbers of talmidim. And the heads of one of those yeshivos, Rav Yigal Lowenstern, shared an insight with regards to the whole concept of dying al Kiddush Hashem. He said that generally when we talk about the soldiers that give their lives, we use the word nofel, nafal, which means they fell in battle. He doesn't like this word. And he writes the following: Hanoflim al Yerushalayim einam nikraim noflim. Those who fall for Yerushalayim, for Eretz Yisrael, for Medinat Yisrael, we don't call them noflim. We don't call them people who fall. Mi shenilchamu l'Yerushalayim nikru divukim b'Hashem. Etzleinu ein noflim. Those who fight for our people, who fight for what we stand for, they are for eternity. Davuk b'Hashem. They are connected to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the highest levels. And with regards to our perspective, we would never relate to them in any way with the characterization that they have in some way fallen. Yesh rak omdim. They stand. V'yesh rak mitalim. And they don't just stand in a static, anchoring manner. They ascend. Yesh rak dvukim b'Hashem. Nofel ze einenu ze nigmar. So he writes that when you talk about a person who's fallen, it sounds like they've finished. Like they were standing and now they've fallen, and so something is over. And ze einenu nigmar, these people did not finish. Mi shemoser es hanefesh. Libinyan Yerushalayim, he who gives his life for the building of Jerusalem, for the building of the Jewish people, who mit aleh, don't call them noflim. Don't say hu nafal. Hu mit aleh, he went up. We're the ones on the ground. We're the ones with the terrestrial reality of this world, trying to navigate all of its vicissitudes and challenges and opportunities. They're no longer in that space. They're not deeper down. Their guf maybe, but their soul, who they are, what they represent, what they mean for the future of the Jewish people. Rak mitaleh. These are people who go up. And that's what we talk about, the Asara Haruge Malchus. Asara Haruge Malchus, an era of Jewish history where the Jewish people fought. They fought with Torah, and they fought militarily. They fought in the battles of Bar Kokhba, in the revolts, in the attempts to push the enemies of the Jewish people off. But they didn't fall. They were mitaleh. Mishum moser es hanefesh libinyan hu mitaleh. Arze halavono nadire Torah. I'm Rabbi Yehuda, I'm a Rav, Maisa bebno vivito shel Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha. Shenishbu lishnei adonim. Then in the course of Churban Abayis, his two children were taken captive. Liyamim nizdavugu shnehem b'makom echad. And they both ended up in the same tunnel. Ze omer yesh li eved she'en kiyofi b'chol ha'olam. And this captor said to the other captor, I have an eved that is the most beautiful eved in the world. V'ze omer yesh li shivcha. I have a maid servant that's the most beautiful b'chol ha'olam. So amru bo v'nasim ze la ze u'nechalek bavlados. Let's mate them together and we'll split the offspring. Ichnisum lecheder, and they put them in a room. Each one sat in a corner. And Ze Omer, one of them said, Kohen ben Kohanim Gedolim. I am a Kohen, the son of Kohanim Gedolim, Esa Shivcha, and I'm going to be in this compromising situation of abuse. Vizos Omeres, and the girl said, Ani Kohenes bas Kohanim Gedolim. I am a precious princess of the Jewish people. And Nasai le'eved, and I should be violated in such a terrible way. Uvachu kol halayla. And they cried the entire night. Kivin sha'ala amud hashachar. When the sun finally came up, hikiru zeh, they look at each other from the two corners, and they begin to recognize that they are in fact siblings. V'naflu zeh al zeh v'go b'vichia. And they fell on each other and they cried out in crying. Ad sheyatza nishmasan. Until they lost their lives. Ve'aleya and konen yirmiyah. Al eile ani bochea. On these I cry. Eini yordamayim. Without question, one of the most horrific and awful parts of this year is the notion that still remaining in captivity is, I believe, the most recent number is 111 precious Jewish souls, part of Israel, is one of the aspects of this whole ordeal that makes it impossible to comprehend the world's, I can't even use the word ethical standing. The fact that this has been allowed to go on, the fact that, I was just talking to somebody about this, that it's totally and completely pashut to the world that one Jewish hostage is not worth one Palestinian hostage. Pashut. Pashut, 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 that the conversation and the negotiation begins here. The only question is, do we have to give hundreds or thousands or what? Pashut. Nobody would imagine in a million years. The conditions are unbelievable. Anyone who has met some of the individuals who were either rescued or transferred back after the first opportunity to get some of the hostages back knows that the stories and the experiences are heart-wrenching. And the level of assault, if anything, has been sanitized in its public description in order to try to protect on some level the people who are still there. I want to share with you the reflections from a young woman who got out after 55 days of captivity, Sapir Cohen. Sapir Cohen's story began before her captivity. She had a very unsettling premonition that something bad was going to happen. She was just very unsettled. And this led her to seek medical advice. She went to doctors, what's wrong with me? And nothing conclusive could be figured out. They couldn't find anything wrong with her. Feeling very uneasy, she decided that for the first time in her life, she's going to turn to prayer, to tefillah. And she had just, for some reason, on her Instagram, received a post that wrote that this is a particular parak of Tehillim. If you say this every day, it'll be good for you, you'll feel good. And she decided that she was going to take upon herself to say it for 30 days. But what was strange is that the parak of Tehillim, although once you hear what parak it is, you'll understand why it's sitting on Instagram. The parak of Tehillim is a parak that has nothing to do with recovery from illness. It's not a parak we really say to recover from illness. It's the parak of L'David Hashem Ori V'Yishi. It's actually a parak about war. But she figured, this is the parak that I found. It's Hashkacha. This is the one that I'll say. She explained that she repeated this tefillah each and every day. The 30th day, the end of her commitment, was October 7th. Sapir and her boyfriend Sasha had planned to visit her parents in kibbutz near Oz. Sasha was very hesitant to go, and Sapir convinced him to go. And on Shabbos morning, they were awakened by the sound of rockets. The barrage was so intense that they couldn't make it to a shelter, and instead they lay down in the house near a wall, hoping for safety. But then through text, they received terrifying messages that the terrorists were in Be'eri, a nearby village. The situation grew more dire with another message prompting Sasha to urge Sapir to remain very, very silent and that they should hide under a blanket, under a bed. And as the terrorists entered the kibbutz and chaos ensued, the sounds of explosions and screams filled the air, and they knew that it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. And when the terrorists finally reached their home, and they broke in, and Sapir heard Sasha scream as he was being beaten, and she herself was captured and placed on a bike with 2 terrorists and driven to Gaza, terrified, without any understanding of what was happening around her. She explains that when she got to Gaza, she was paraded in front of a crowd of thousands of people, a crowd that cheered the terrorists as they were beating her. And that ultimately the terrorists decided that she was worth more alive than dead, and so they sped her off from this central square. And she spent the first month of captivity in a home and the second month in the tunnels. And despite this, she felt that there were miracles that happened to her daily. And one of the most significant miracles was her realization that she felt that she was meant to be there. And she explained that because she had been saying this Perek of Tehillim for 30 days, she had learned it by heart. And so she sat in this tunnel, and she was able to pray every day. A tefillah that, let's be honest, stands between us and the door, starting Rosh Chodesh Elul. Maybe if I time my minyan schedule right, I can be in the right minyanim and never have to say L'David Hashem Ori. And yet for her, this was her anchor. She explained that she met a terrified 16-year-old hostage and took responsibility to care for her. That she had an ability to remain positive and even sometimes make light of their situation and bring comfort to the girl. And one of the terrorists even told her that they were lighting, as part of their psychological warfare, they wrote memorial candles. They had memorial candles and wrote the names of the hostages that they were holding. And he told her, he confided in her, that even though he was writing her name on this memorial candle, it's because he really aided her because she brought positivity and light into this space. They were communicating with these people. And every day she prayed. And every day she says that she thanked God for sending her there with purpose, and for the angels that she felt were with her in this hellish place. And when she was finally released, her boyfriend is still there, and saw how many people had prayed for her. She understood that the angels that she felt when she was there were real. And while she recognizes that not all the hostages had these types of experiences, and they suffered immensely, and they continue to suffer immensely, and she saw with her own eyes an 85-year-old man beaten to death by the terrorists. And she conveyed how the hostages sit there constantly worried about their families, not even knowing if they're alive or dead. Remember, some of them have been there for so long, they don't know what happened to their families in these kibbutzim. And despite the horrors that she endured, she found space for faith and for resilience and hope to continue to advocate and to continue to daven for those who are still held in this horrible space. It's impossible for us to imagine what it means to have one's freedom completely curtailed, completely removed from one's life. It's impossible for us to imagine the length of time that this has been going on and the impact it's had on these people. And it's really hard to feel like we're doing enough, or to feel like we're actually doing anything at all, or to feel like there's anything we can do at all. When I was in Tel Aviv, art and music and experiential, constructed, different spaces try to sensitize you to the ordeal they're going through. a mock tunnel with the sounds that they hear, with the feeling of confinement that they experience. A table set for people who are yet to come home, high chairs for children, playpens, cribs, and empty playgrounds, symbols and booths of all sorts of things that people are selling, trying to get people to just not stop thinking about these incredible individuals who are held captive. And for this we sit on Tisha B'Av as well. This is a part of the Churban that we are very much within. It's hard to even read a kino reflecting about it as part of the past when it's so much part of our contemporary present. But it's something that we have to connect to and hold on to. Once a day, to close one's eyes and to feel that constriction, to feel what it means to be trapped, to be held, to feel abandoned, and to feel like the world doesn't care where you are and what happens to you. The Es Navei Chatasi Yishmima. V'dimasi Alechi Azrima. The story of the children of Rabbi Yishmael and the many, many children of the Jewish people that we daven and we advocate and we scream that we want them to come home. Written by Rabbi Lezer HaKalir, based on a medrash in Eicha Rabbah, where Hashem tells Yirmiyahu, Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu leYirmiyahu, Lechu kra leAvram leYitzchak leYaakov uMoshe mikivreihem, Shem Yodim Livkos. Says the medrash in Eicha Rabbah that HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself tells Yirmiyahu, go to the Kvarim of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, and of Moshe, because they know how to daven, they know how to cry. So miyad halach Yirmiyahu lemaras hamachpelah. So Yirmiyahu goes to Maras hamachpelah, va'amar la'avos ha'olam imdu. You have to stand up. She'higia zman she'atem mizbakshim lifnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You have to appeal to the Ribbonu Shalom. And he goes on to explain to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He doesn't even know exactly where Moshe is buried. Nobody knows where Moshe is buried. So he stands near the area where Moshe is buried, and he's going from ancestor to ancestor, begging them in Shamayim to appeal for the Jewish people, to daven for Klal Yisrael. And then the Medrash says nothing was working. Ba'oso shah kafso rachel imenu lifnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And at that moment, Rachel Imeinu jumps up before HaKadosh Baruch Hu ve'amra, and she says, Ribono shel olam, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Galui lefanecha sheYaakov avdecha ahavani ava yisera. You and I both know that Yaakov Avinu loved me more. The avad bishvili la'aba sheva shanim, and worked for my father for 7 years. Ukeshishlimu osan sheva shanim, when he finished those 7 years, v'yigia zman nisue lebali, and my wedding was ready. We were mamish, the chuppah was ready. We had the colors, and we had the flowers, and we had everything was ready to go. Ya'atz avilach lifeni libali b'shvil achosi. And you know that that's when Lavan stepped in to switch Rachel and Leah. And what did I do? What was my response? What would have been the logical, rational response? The logical, rational response would be, what are you talking about? I had him first. This is my husband. She would have married Yaakov first. She would have been the mother of the Shvatim. And instead, she gives over the simanim to her sister. Umasarti lo simin sheyakir beini uvein achosi kedei sheyu. And there were simanim to make sure we wouldn't get mixed up. And I gave them, says Rachel, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I gave them to my sister. And I was willing to give up that which I was jealous about. I was willing to give up that which I wanted. I was willing to summon the greatest Mesiras Nefesh. I was willing to give up on my role and contribution in Klal Yisrael. I was willing to give up in being the mother of the rest of these Shvatim. I would have been the aim. That would have been me, Rachel. Miyad nisgalgalu rachamav shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu ve'omar. HaKadosh Baruch Hu's rachamim arises, and he says to Rachel, Bishvilech, because of you, Rachel, ani machzir es Yisrael lemikoman. I'm going to return Klal Yisrael to their place. Hado dichsiv, that's what the pasuk says. Ko amar Hashem, ko biramon yishma, nehi bechi tamrurim, Rachel mevaka al banea, me'anoli nachem al banea ki einenu. Ko amar Hashem, mini kolech mibechi, ve'inayich medima ki yesh schar lefulasech, v'yesh tikva la'akrisech, there is hope, v'shavu banim ligvulam. Telling Yirmiyahu to go to the Kfarim of the Avos. Every single day we begin our Shmona Esrei by evoking the legacy of the Avos. People we never met, people that are not part of our daily life. A section of Shmona Esrei that, if anything, initiates our moments of tefillah, not in the context of that which we feel and we connect to as most urgent, most pressing, most real, most authentic, most sincere, what we're really there to ask for, our parnasa, children, shidduchim, Klal Yisrael, but instead, Elokei Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, a tour of Jewish history. And explains the Mefarshim that the reason for this is because a Jew never davens just for themselves. A Jew doesn't live just for themselves. That before we daven, we approach HaKadosh Baruch Hu and we say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm not just asking this for myself. I'm part of a bigger story. I'm part of a bigger people. Most importantly, I'm part of a bigger covenant. That my life matters and its success is relevant to the unfolding drama of Jewish history. That I have a role to play and I need you. If you are going to see, to actualize the vision of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, of Memis u'Mechaye u'Matzmiach liYeshua, then I need Das, and I need Refuah, and I need Parnasa, and I need Shalom, and I need Mashiach. That's part of the context from which we daven. And that those that came before us, we don't just view as historical figures of the past. Contemporary American historians are very busy trying to figure out how the founding fathers, they weren't so founding, they weren't so fathers, they weren't so this, they had this issue, that issue, this issue, that issue. We don't do that. They make mistakes, they didn't make mistakes. Okay, you can get into the Rishonim. We revere what they stood for, who they were. We're part of something bigger. At a kever, we have the minig to put a stone on the kever. That's our minig. Doesn't seem so nice. When I pass the cemeteries, which in Passaic is pretty much driving anywhere, you always see these beautiful flowers on the graves, color, life, vitality. What do? Here's a stone. Here's a stone. Come on, a little. Maybe we'll light a candle. Here's a stone. So I once heard from Rav Goldvicht, the reason we put a stone on a kever is because placing a stone on a headstone, placing a stone on a kever, is an act of binyan. It's an act of building. And what we're trying to acknowledge to the person we've lost is that we're not here to just remember you as someone of the past. We're here to build what Rabbi Goldvicht called a komashnia. We're here to build another floor. We're here to build a future inspired by how you lived and how you died. Inspired by your legacy and what you stand for. Inspired by how you carried the Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov forward in Jewish history. We're not here to give you a flower. A flower says, you were beautiful. You were beautiful. And we could do that. We could do that in our home. We could do that. We could do that. We're really here to build. That's why we go to Kvarim. On our trip to Eretz Yisrael, one of the times I got in trouble because I didn't exactly share with my wife everywhere we were going. But this is Kinos, not Shalom Bayis talks. She said to me, where are you headed? I said, we're headed to Ma'ariv. She's like, Ma'ariv? I said, yeah, Ma'ariv. Where are you davening Ma'ariv? Where do we daven Ma'ariv? There are lots of places to daven Ma'ariv. The Avos isn't the only place to daven Ma'ariv. Lots of places to daven Ma'ariv. No, where are you going for Ma'ariv? We'll get a minyan. It'll be good. Where are you going? Maras Machpelah. Speak to you later. I think the connections. So from our day, which we spent in Sderot, which we spent with families who had lost children, which we spent at the hospital with soldiers who were injured, we went to daven Ma'ariv in Hebron. Az b'haloch Yirmiyahu el kivrei avos. And I have to tell you, of all my davenings, at the Kotel, at Kever Rachel, in Maras Machpelah, that Ma'ariv might have been one of the most powerful tefillos I've ever experienced in my life. To just show up and beg our parents to please help their children. And while we were walking, is Ruth here? While we were walking from Maras Machpelah after Ma'ariv to Beit Hadassah, which is about a 15-20 minute walk, we passed an army base area where there was music, there was shira. And we walk in, we're like 30 Rabbanim, 40 Rabbanim, and I can't describe what was going on. There was a soldier who had gotten married 4 days ago and went literally from the chuppah basically to the unit in Hebron. And his chevra felt bad that he didn't have Sheva Brachas. So they decided to make a Sheva Brachas on the base, and they surprised him, and they brought the kala. And we walk into this base, and there's a chassan and kala sitting there. And there's music. They brought a keyboard player, they brought music, dancing and dancing and dancing. And so we joined them. And all of a sudden, this was supposed to be a little chevra of soldiers, became Passaic and Baltimore and Cincinnati and Seattle and Los Angeles and Cleveland, and I can't even remember all the communities that were represented, even the 5 towns. Oops, we're on video. Everyone represented. It was all of Klal Yisrael dancing for this Chassan and Kala. Od Yishama be'ore Yehuda v'chutzos Yerushalayim. Feet away from Kever Avos. An appreciation for what it means to build the next stage of the Jewish people. And that's also part of what we do on Tisha B'Av. We put a stone. We put a little stone on the Tisha B'Av of last year, of this year. We say that Kadosh Baruch Hu, yeah, it's terrible, we're crying, it's a grave, but we're also building. It's Chatzos. It's a Moed. We're also moving forward. Kever Yisrael. The work and the sacrifice that was done in this war to bring Am Yisrael to Kever Yisrael is unbelievable. You heard just from Hallel's story. Soldiers risking their life to protect the guf, the holy guf of a Jewish boy, so that he could be brought to Kever Yisrael. You listen to the Levaya of the burial of Rabbi Doron Peretz's son, on how they were not able to bury his entire guf because Hamas Yamach Shemam is still holding on, but they had some dam. And the nechama that it brought just to bring this dam, just to bring this blood to Kfura. The unbelievable stories of Zaka and Hatzalah going into areas that were unbelievably dangerous, risking their lives to bring Jews to Kever Yisrael. And you know why we do that? We do that because we need a place from which to build the next floor, from which to build forward. We need a place to summon the rachamim of our avos. We need a place from which we can reach the Rabbanu Shalom, like Rachel did. And ultimately, it is Rachel's selflessness that evokes the full mercy of the Rabbanu Shalom. And here's the lesson. The lesson is that we think life is only about achievement. Avram had a lot of achievements. Yitzchak had a lot of achievements. Yaakov had a lot of achievements. God knows Moshe Rabbeinu had a lot of achievements. That didn't move the needle. What moved the needle was giving up achievement for someone else. What moved the needle was saying, you know what? I do want to be the Em Kol Yisrael. I do want to be, imagine what she had. But I'm not going to embarrass my sister. Giving up on not just that which is valuable to us, but that which is so precious to us. I heard Rav Asher Weiss once say in the name of his father that he was told by the Kloisenberger Rebbe when they were spending so much time involved with dealing with survivors from the Shoah, that Mesiras Nefesh doesn't just mean Mesiras Nefesh, like giving of your soul, sacrificing your soul. It means giving a little bit of your ruchnius, so someone else could have it better, to save someone else, to give up that which matters to us most. That's what gets HaKadosh Baruch Hu to say to Yirmiyahu, V'shavu banim ligvulam. We're a very achievement-oriented generation in our religious life. Boy, do we keep score. We keep score for ourselves. We keep score for our families. We keep score for the neighborhood. We keep score. I can't even tell you. I get emails from people, I heard your shul did this. I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? I'm like, why? How do you have time to write me this email? It's the most biggest pella. Boy, do we keep score. Which hashkafas, how many people learning, how many people, what standards, we keep score. Kadosh Baruch Hu is saying to Klal Yisrael, it's not about the score. It's about what you're willing to do for each other. Even willing to give up a few points for each other. V'shavu banim likvulam. Kina chaf vav. Kina lamed aleph. Eish tukad bekirbi ba'alosi alibi b'tzeisi mimitzrayim. B'kina ma'ira lemanaz kira b'tzeisi mirushalayim. The Medrash tells us that there is a connection. We mentioned this last night. There is a connection between Tisha B'Av and Pesach. That the day of the week that Tisha B'Av falls out will always be the day of the week of Seder night. And the Kina goes on to compare the glory of our exodus from Egypt with the lamenting reality of our expulsion from Yerushalayim. And bringing these two realities together, the world of Pesach and the world of Tisha B'Av, brings us to a space where we can certainly recognize that part of the journey of Pesach is that we don't just relive a moment of liberation without appreciating what came before it. Matchil b'gnus u'masayim b'shvach. And that ultimately our aspirational hope for Tisha B'Av is that it too will be the matchil b'gnus for an ultimate Masayim b'shvach. Eish tukad b'kirbe, a fire burns within me. This phrase, eish tukad, in the Torah describes the fire that used to be on the Mizbeach. Eish tamid tukad ala Mizbeach lo tichbeh. There had to always be an eish tamid, a ner tamid burning on the Mizbeach. And the Mefarshim tell us, eish tamid af b'Shabbos, it has to be burning on Shabbos, af b'tumah, af b'masos. And then we are told, eish tamid, eish shenemar ba tamid, hi shemadlikim ba es haneros. That when they would light the menorah in the Beis Hamikdash, they would do so from the Mizbeach. Asks the Melchamas Yehuda, why in the world would you light the menorah from the fire of the Mizbeach? The Melchamas Yehuda, a survivor of the Shoah, a Talmud of Rav Meir Shapiro. And he answers that the Ramban comments that any individual who brings a Churban is essentially engaging in a process of seeing themselves as embodying this moment of sacrifice. They see their limitations and they see their aspirations and they see even their suffering and their challenge, their compromise. Says the Mechamas Yehuda that the reason why we light from the Mizbeach to the menorah is that the menorah serves as an opportunity to radiate and illuminate the light of the Mikdash to the world. And that light that we try to bring to the world, that light of hope, that light of goodness, that light of redemption, that doesn't get lit on its own. It's drawn from the fires of sacrifice. We have to recognize that Tisha B'Av, while it is a day that we descend into the abyss of the suffering of the Jewish people, it is simultaneously a day of Moed, a day of Nechama, a day of hope. As many Mefarshim explain, the concept of being Bein HaMitzarim, the 21 days that exist of the 3 weeks between Shivasar B'Tammuz and Tisha B'Av, parallel the 21 days between Rosh Hashanah and Shmini Atzeres, and the ability to see greatness and potential in the embers of destruction and in the fires that feel like they're consuming us. To be able to draw from the Aish, from the fire, from the passion, from the dedication, the devotion, the unity, the commitment, the sense of Am Yisrael that has emerged in the Tisha B'Av of this past year, and to take that fire and to light the menorah and to create a reality where our pain is also the source of our illumination. B'tseisi mi Mitzrayim, b'tseisi mi Yerushalayim, which culminates b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim, b'shuvi l'Yerushalayim. Eishtu kad b'kir b'balosi ali b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim v'kinim awira l'man azkir b'tseisi mi Yerushalayim az yashir Moshe shir lo yinah b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim v'yikonein Yirmiyah v'nani aniyah b'tseisi Yerushalayim b'eisi skonan v'shachach na'anan b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim v'chamas el shachna alai kanana b'tseisi mi Yerushalayim egale yamram u'v'chachom makom b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim Zaydonim shatafu v'yaro shitzafu Simi Yerushalayim degan shomayim u'mitzor ma b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim lana u'moririm mayim amorim b'tseisi mi Yerushalayim hashkem v'harev sevivos archo b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim korei elei bel al naros v'ovel b'tseisi mi Yerushalayim humarek kvod Adonai ki eishol cheles lefon b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim v'cherev l'tusho l'teva tusho b'tseisi mi Yerushalayim ezevach u'mincha v'shemen hamishcha b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim segula selekucha katzon latovcha b'tseisi Yerushalayim chagim v'shabos osum b'ofsim v'os b'tseisi mi Mitzrayim tanis no'evel no fahevel b'tseisi mi Yerushalayim tovo halim li'arba diga B'tzeisim Mitzrayim Alei Yishmelim Achanos Sareilim B'tzeisim Yerushalayim Yovel Ushmita V'Eretz Shokait B'tzeisim Mitzrayim Machor Latzmitos V'Charos Christos B'tzeisim Yerushalayim Kaporas v'yaron v'yavnei zikaron Mitzrayim v'yavnei akela uchlei abela b'tzeisim Leviim v'haronim v'shivim zekeinim b'tzeisim Hainokshim umonim umochrim v'konim b'tzeisim Yerushalayim Moshe Yireinu v'Aaron Yanchein b'tzeisim Mitzrayim Nebuchadnezzar Janus Caesar b'tzeisim Yerushalayim and Naharoch Milchama v'Adonai Shama Mitzrayim rachak mimenu mehine eineinu b'tzeisim layim sisrei paroches v'sidrei mareches Mitzrayim chaimoni teches alai socheches b'tzeisim layim malos usevachim v'isheinu B'tzeisim Mitzrayim B'cherem Medukarim B'nei Tzion Hayikarim Hayim B'tzeisim Mitzrayim Chanei Zer Mi'ochas Oei Zer B'tzeisim Yerushalayim Mitzrayim B'tzeisim Yerushalayim Yeshua v'chatzros atrua b'tzeisim Mitzrayim Zakas olol v'nakas cholol b'tzeisim Yerushalayim Shulchan u'menorah v'chalil u'k'torah b'tzeisim Mitzrayim Elil v'soeva v'esel u'matzeva Torah Suda Uchle Achem Da B'tzeisim Mitzrayim Chason V'simcha V'nasagon V'anacham Yerushalayim. We're going to recite 3 more kinos, 2 with some reflections. The next kina is Kina Lamed Vav. Tzion Halo Tishali Lishlom Asirayich. I don't think we've ever had a year in Chutz La'aretz that we have been so focused on Eretz Yisrael. Every davening, every tefillah, every news article, every jump, every moment. And it has no doubt within each and every one of us surfaced a tremendous sense of she'ifa, a tremendous sense of connection to the land of Israel. Every year at this time, we pause for a moment in our Golus exile experience to acknowledge, to recognize, and to face the profound hypocrisy that we all live, the profound paradox that we all live, that we daven and we cry and we mourn for Yerushalayim and for Eretz Yisrael. And in so many ways, it's actually within our reach. When I was at the RCA convention, the Rabbinic Council of America convention, so they asked me to speak about shuls and October 7th. And I shared with the Rabbanim that I like to speak about the importance of making aliyah. You know, we had with us in the shul here a family that made aliyah last year, a couple years ago. Last year was so long, it's hard to. A couple weeks ago, we had 2 families from the shul make aliyah. And I got a WhatsApp note from Penny Gilden last night. We're in touch. He likes to tell me how great his new rabbi is. And he was telling me on the note how important it is that we all daven for what we're all very worried about, the attack from Iran. And he said, you know, we really need you to daven for us. And I heard in his voice such a sense of privilege and accomplishment that he got to use the word us. You could tell he's been there for a few days. He could barely find the post office, mostly because it's only open an hour and a half a day. And that's it. It's us. He's there. It's us. So I was sharing with the Rabbanim and the RCA. A lot of Rabbanim don't like to talk about Aliyah, don't like to encourage Aliyah, because you feel like a hypocrite. I'm encouraging Aliyah. I'm the rabbi of Young Israel Passaic Clifton. I work for the OU. I'm here. How am I supposed to tell all of you to go there? So I told the Rabbanim, this doesn't bother me at all. I don't do any of the things I tell the Balabatim to do. I tell them to be better husbands. I'm not the best husband. I tell them to keep Shabbos well. I'm not the best Shabbos keeper. I tell them to learn. I don't learn all the time. I tell them to do tshuva for hours and hours and hours. I don't do tshuva. I don't do any of the things I told them to do. So I should pick aliyah as my point of discomfort, that now I feel like I'm a hypocrite. I can't tell anyone to make aliyah. Ridiculous. But in all seriousness, this is a moment in Jewish history where we all need to be asking ourselves this question. What are we doing here? And maybe there's an answer to that question, and maybe the answer is legitimately, there are reasons why this is the spot where HaKadosh Baruch Hu decided in his world we need to be at this moment. But it has to be the answer to a question. It can't be the crystallization of a sense of complacency that we just have defined our spaces here. We have to ask ourselves, what are we doing here? Tzion halo tishali lishlom asirayich. Tzion dorei shla. We have to want it. We have to aspire to it. We have to work towards it. We have to make moves that embrace it. A number of the parents of the Olim who lost children in this war, a number of them were asked the very chutzpahdik but very fair question. You know, it's one thing if you were born and grew up in Eretz Yisrael, that's what you know, that's where you are, you're indigenous to this space, that's your language, that's your country, that's your culture. But you chose to move your family there. And now look at this sacrifice you made. You could have been dealing with whether or not your kids get into the college you want. And a number of them were asked if they regret it. And it was amazing to watch one after the other have such a sense of clarity. I'm sure there are spaces in their heart and their soul, their what-if spaces that plague anyone in grief. But such a sense of absolute clarity, this is where Am Yisrael belongs. And the sacrifices that are inevitably part of it. One of the soldiers who gave his life, Al Kiddush Hashem, was a member of the Kehillah of Rabbi Shalom Rosner, a very close friend and Rebbe. to many people in this room. And Rabbi Rosner in the Hesped gave a very, very moving Hesped. Rabbi Rosner is a voice that we're all used to listening to with such passion and speed and intensity and excitement for Torah. It was hard to hear him give a Hesped. It felt off. But Kedarko, it was rooted in Hashkafas HaTorah, Mekoros HaTorah. And he was speaking of the beloved Mispalel in his shul, Eli Moshe, Zimbalist. And at the end, he said the following. Said Rabbi Rosner, a thought crossed my mind that gave me a measure of comfort. We are living in a very trying time in Jewish history. It is painful and it is personal. But we need to feel deep down that we are moving towards greater and amazing times. That Hashem is running the world, and that He is bringing the world to its ultimate state, and that we are zoche to play a role in this amazing process. We have not had an opportunity since the days of David HaMelech, and we cherish and we are proud that we get to be Hashem's partners. And I call out to Jews all over the world, come join us. Come make this your home and be part of Jewish history. Come help make this amazing land what it is today. The Zimbalists have given their most precious possession so that we and that you can live in peace and in security. Tzion halo tishali. For each and every one of us, this is the question that we have to confront in our own lives. To recognize the great privilege that we have to live in the era we have to live in. And that if there's one thing that we've learned over the past year, that is that we're one people, we're one nation. And Rabbosai, we don't have to get into the fact that even the complacency has started to shift. As we see the anti-Semitism all over, we didn't get a chance to read some of the keynotes about other communities in Europe. It's not just that they're anti-Semites in America. Okay, they're anti-Semites in America. There are so many people who don't care. There are so many people who tolerate it as a normal part of life. Okay, so a bunch of Meshuggahs on a college campus who are screaming. That's not the big problem. The big problem is we've always had Meshuggahs. The thousands of people that walk by them and don't care. The sense of complacency is unraveling for us too. And we have to find within ourselves new reservoirs of strength to revisit this question and to revisit with real commitment. The threshold of what's reasonable to hold back is different now than it was before. The pieces are being moved around. We don't want to be the spot that the pieces are being moved around. We want to be in the spot where the pieces are being moved towards. Whole thing. All that's hard to even go through everything that happened this year. Iran, its proxies, it's different. You could go out of your mind. Or you could anchor yourself in the story, in the history, in the legacy, and in the future of the Jewish people. And that's what we're striving towards. Tzion halo tishali l'shlom asirayich. To feel that sense of destiny. That's not something we're going to get here no matter how many yeshivas we open, and no matter how good the restaurants are. We'll never fully feel that sense of destiny. I got a text from Mayor Laura this morning telling me not to worry, that he canceled the alternate side parking for today so we could mourn the temple. It's beautiful. He's a tremendous friend to the Jewish people. Tremendous friend to the Jewish people. Built the biggest sukkah in Passaic. Gives me shalach manas on Hanukkah. Tremendous friend to the Jewish people. Unbelievable. But this is us. Don't worry, we took care of alternate side parking. To figure out where we are, figure out where we're supposed to be. Sion halo Tisha. Before we complete the Kinos Sudei Tzion, we've talked so much today about October 7th and the events surrounding this terrible tragedy. There are two kinos, there are a number of kinos that were composed. I've shared with you two. One was written by Rabbi Moshe Hauer, the Executive Vice President of the Orthodox Union. One was written by Rabbi Rimon, both individuals who have played tremendous leadership roles. Rabbi Hauer in the United States, Rabbi Rimon in Eretz Yisrael. Both individuals who embody the sensitivity of the Jewish people and what it means to be part of the Jewish people in a manner that can reach such a poetic expression of pain, resulting in the composition of a kino that could give us voice for this terrible tragedy. And so I leave with you the choice, which one you'd like to recite, but for the next few moments, We'll recite these keynotes and then we'll conclude. Yitain Roshi Mayim Veni Mikor Nozlai. Evke Kol Yemosai V'Leilai Al Chalalai Kapai V'Olamai. Abeis Yisrael Yalamash. Kina Memhei. Elit Sion v'areha kimo isha v'tzireha. Elit Sion v'areha, it laments Sion in her cities, kimo isha v'tzireha, like a woman in labor pain. Explains the Rav, the pain of labor is excruciating, but the notion and the knowledge that ultimately this pain will yield life with unimaginable potential for impact and influence, elevation, and the opportunity to make a difference in the world, recasts that pain as really just the foundation, the very painful foundation of something that we will ultimately realize moves the Jewish people forward. This war began on Shmini Atzeres and on Simchas Torah. The hakafos that we do on Simchas Torah, the notion that we encircle the bima time after time on Simchas Torah, is a very, very long-standing minig. And the source of that minig, says the Rama, is none other than the Jewish people's first moment of conquest in Eretz Yisrael, and that is the encircling of the city of Yericho. That Simchas Torah embodies and represents the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, not based only on our efforts and our initiative, but when the Ribono Shel Olam was with us, and he just pulled the walls down. That's the Simchas Torah that we're working towards. Another Yericho, where the Ribono Shel Olam pulls the walls down. And Shmini Atzeres, as we know, is a chag in the Jewish calendar that lives at once. As a part of Sukkot, it's the Shmini, it's the 8th. It's part of our past, but it's also a regel bifnei atzmo. It's also part of our future. It has its own Churban. It has its own Shechianu. And it sets us on a course of not only being defined by what was, but also harnessing the potential of what could be. I want to share with you one final story that's very, very close to my heart. The family in our shul, David and Yael Schnabel. They called me, I think sometime around, maybe it was December, end of November, and they were going to have their first child. And they called because they were considering naming their child after someone who perished, who was killed on October 7th, and wanted to know, is such a thing appropriate? Do we name people after people who died tragically? And I shared with them, I think nothing would be more beautiful than to give that kind of nitzchias, to give that kind of eternality to a family, to name a child after someone they lost. And so for those in the room and online who know David, David works for the New York Yankees and the Dallas Cowboys. It's not his fault. David works for the New York Yankees. He's a huge sports fan. And with that background, he went online and he began to just search through biography after biography after biography of people who were killed in October 7th. And they came upon a young boy, a teenager, named Lior. Lior Tarashansky. Lior Tarashansky was a young teenager who was a huge, huge sports fan. That's what kept getting described. He was a big fan of Maccabi Haifa. Is there such a thing? Maccabi Haifa. Huge fan. And Lior was in his home. His father, Ilya, his mother, Reuma, and his sister, Gali, in Be'eri, when the terrorists entered, and they were in the safe room hiding. And Ilya, his father, who I've met and spent time with in his home, not in his home in Be'eri, in his temporary home in Tel Aviv. And he was sharing with me this story that he was in his home and they were all in home and they were in the safe room and he was trying his best to hold on to that door. And eventually it didn't matter because the terrorists lit the home on fire. And they had absolutely no choice. They either burned to death in the home or they break a window and they jump out. So they broke a window and they jumped out. And waiting for them on the other side of the window was a terrorist who killed Lior in front of his father and who captured Gali and took her to Gaza. And it was a long time before, and then everything moved very quickly, and they obviously couldn't take Lior with them. They were running. Everyone was running in different spaces. It took a while to even find out what happened. They didn't even know exactly what happened. And eventually they learned that they had one child who was killed, Lior, and they had one child who was being held hostage in Gaza. And Ilya told me, he said, he's from Russia. He's Russian. He said to me, my grandfather fought the Nazis in World War II. I said, my grandfather also fought the Nazis in World War II. He said, I never imagined in a million years, in a million, billion, gazillion years, I would come face to face with a Nazi. My home burned, my children executed. I couldn't imagine what was going on. It was like in another world. And it was this boy who was described, his aunt, his parents they couldn't talk, they couldn't move. The aunt was like the spokesperson for the family, and she's the one that spoke to the press, and she explained how Lior had been a sports fan. And David came to me and said, me and Yael, we want to name our son after Lior. So I said to him, you want to name your son after Lior? It's so beautiful. We have to find the family. We have to find the family. So I'm not going to tell you how I found the family because it involves a website that you're not going to approve of, Facebook. We track down the family, we track down the aunt, and I get on the phone with his aunt, and I explain to her that there's a family in Passaic, New Jersey. To say that she had never heard of Passaic, can you imagine? To say that she had never, she said, oh, I shop there. No, that's not what she said. Can you imagine? She said, there's a family in Passaic, New Jersey that you've never met, that you've never heard of, that's never met you and never heard of you, and they're about to have their bachar. And they want to name their son after your nephew, after Lior. So she explained to me the following. She explained to me that, and I told her this was going to happen as soon as the baby was born. And I want to make sure that we can make this connection, that you should know it's happening. So I don't remember the order of all the details, but I do remember the following. Gali, while she was held hostage, the family refused to have a levaya for Lior, to sit shiva for Lior, sorry. They had a levaya, but they refused to sit shiva. They said, we're not going to sit here in a tent and accept divrei tanchumin from people when we have a daughter sitting with Hamas in Gaza. We're not doing it. We're not sitting shiva until she's home. She was in the last group that was traded in the last hostage release. She was in the last group. And Ilya showed me the videos on his phone, videos you don't see in the press, of the first hug with his daughter, of him in the helicopter going to wherever they were gonna, the base near Gaza where they met her. And he showed me the picture of him and his wife hugging their daughter for the first time in 55 days of her being as a teenager with terrorists in Gaza. And they hug her and she looks at her parents and she says, where's Lior? And at that moment of reunification of the family, the parents had to tell their daughter that his brother was killed. Once Gali was released, the family decided to sit shiva. And while the family was sitting shiva, Yael went into labor and had this baby. And 8 days later, with the Tarashanskis on a Zoom or on a video, Bikarei Shemo B'Yisrael, Lior. And there's this baby. When I was in their house, when I sat with Lior's parents, I told them, I said, there's this little baby being pushed around our shul named Lior. And they took pictures and sent it to the family. And then when their family made it to Eretz Yisrael, they got to spend time with the family. They actually took them to Be'eri to show them what was their home. On Purim, the whole Schnabel family, including Lior, dressed up in the uniforms of Maccabi Haifa and sent pictures to the family. Helit Zion v'areha kimo isha v'tzareha. Klal Yisrael is in the very, very, very painful birth pangs. Of Mashiach. And it hurts, and there's loss, and there's pain. There's a tshuva that Rav Rimon published. Rav Rimon publishes many, many tshuvas. And he published a tshuva that he wrote to a young girl on his yeshuv, whose father was killed in the army, and who wanted to know all the details about Tchias HaMeis. Is he going to look like he used to look? How does it happen? And Rav Rimon wrote her a 4-page tshuva explaining exactly what Tchias HaMesim is, how it's going to look, how it's going to work. I don't know. I have thousands of pages of tshuvas from generations. I've never seen a tshuva like that. Not in the Chassam Sofer, not in the Igris Moshe. Not anywhere. We are very much Kimo Isha Vitzireh. We are feeling acute pain, but we are also feeling profound potential. We are watching the pieces get moved around by the Ribono Shel Olam in such a way that it's almost inconceivable that it's anything but. But it needs us. It needs us to play our role in bringing Klal Yisrael together, our role in making our way to Israel, our role in advancing our sense of commitment to what it means to be a Jew, to be proud to be a Jew, not to be distracted by the issues of exile, but to really embrace what it means to be a Jew, to care, to really care, to see the pain of others and to do something, to prioritize right, to not get back from the world of Tisha B'Av into the mishmash of things that don't really matter. K'mo yishav yitzireh. Even in the most tremendous pain imaginable, this father, Ilya, this mother, they also now watch the birth of a child who's going to be raised with the values that matter and that will ultimately bring us closer to Geula, closer to redemption. We have to know that Klal Yisrael is going to be okay. And you know how I know we're going to be okay? Because you look at the people who are at the heart of this reality, and you see what they stand for and how they think and what they believe and their faith and their commitment in who they are. And you look more broadly and you see what's possible. You see the love that could come from Klal Yisrael. You see that in those minutes after the war started, we were ready to give them anything you need, just anything you need. You need beef jerky, we'll give you beef jerky. You need vests, we'll give you vests. You need tzitzis, we'll give, just take it, just take everything. I don't want anything, just take everything. Duffel bags and duffel bags and duffel bags. Millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. That's K'mo Yishav Yitzireh. That's Klal Yisrael on track for redemption. And it's up to us to keep it moving. And it's up to us to keep it moving together. I want to end, as we always do, with the words of Rabbi Yaakov Emden in his introduction to his siddur. Words that resonate this year, perhaps more so than many other years. Anachnu ha'uma ha'gedola. Us, this great nation. Achar kol ma'aseh avar aleinu, after everything that happened to us. Mitzaros hachamuros, from the terrible, terrible sufferings, ba'alpayim shana, over thousands of years, v'ein uma be'olam nirdefes kamonu. And there's no other nation that is pursued like we are, that is called to this task in the so-called international community, international criminal court for defending innocent people, while the ravages and savages of humanity, if we could call them that, are making political statements. Marabu tzarenu, how great are our tzaros, la'ashmidenu, la'akrenu, l'sharshenu. They try to destroy us, they try to uproot us. Mipnei hasina ve'hakina rabos tzarenu. Because of their just unbridled hatred of the Jewish people and their unrestrained jealousy of the success of Am Yisrael, how great are our tzaros. Gam lo yochlu lanu la'abed itanu. And yet, Where are the Romans? Where are the Babylonians? Where are the Greeks? Where is the last president of Iran? Gam lo yochlu lanu la'abad itanu kol ha'umos akadomos ovad zichram botel svaram. Those nations, their memory is lost. There are no museums memorializing the Nazis or the Romans. Va'anu dveikim b'Hashem, and we are connected to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Chayim kolchem hayom. We live, we plant, we raise bigger families, we advance our people, we build our communities. Chayim kolchem hayom lo nifkad mimenu b'kol doroseinu. And through this 2,000-year golus, afilu os v'nikud echad mitorah, Torah shebichtav v'Torah sheba'al peh. And throughout this 2,000-year golus, the Sefer Torah that we took out this morning, which was written 2 or 3 years ago, not one letter off from the Sefer Torah that was in the Beis HaMikdash, read on Yom Kippur. Lo nifkad mimenu, not one word, not one letter. Maya, what are you going to say about such a phenomenon? Hamikre asasa kol eila, this is all coincidence. Chai nafshi, I swear by my life. Ki hizbonenim b'nislos elu, when I think about these wonders. Godlu etzli yoser mikol nisim v'niflos b'yetzias Mitzrayim u'v'midbar u'v'eretz Yisrael. That the nace of Jewish survival, the nace of Am Yisrael, is greater than all the nisim of Yetzias Mitzrayim, of Kriyas Yamsuf, of Kibush Haaretz, all the nisim of all of the Jewish people, all the miracles that we talk about all the time. The miracle of Am Yisrael. V'chol ma she'arach hagolus yoser. And let me tell you something, says Rabbi Yaakov Emden. The longer the golus goes, hanes yoser, the greater the miracle. And we say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we're ready for the miracle of golus to come to a close. And we're ready for the miracle of birth, of Mashiach, of redemption, to become our new standing reality. We're ready not just to experience nechama, we're ready not just to experience comfort, but as the Mefarshim explained, the word nechama really means a shift in reality. We're ready for that shift to open the doors to a new reality for the Jewish people. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should give strength to Am Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should protect those who are serving, those who are defending and protecting his people. Be'arei Eloheinu, in the cities of the Ribono Shel Olam, HaKadosh Baruch Hu should give chizuk to those who have lost and are trying to put whatever pieces of they have back together. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should be with and should lead to freedom our hostages who remain in Gaza. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should bring nechama to those who've lost so many. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should protect Eretz Yisrael, Medinat Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Tzva Haganah Yisrael, with his miraculous world of defense. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu should bring us all with Mashiach Tzidkeinu to bring in a new era of Geula. B'mheira b'yameinu. Amen. Eli Tzion v'yareha kimo isha.
Visador, Visalevi, Salosh, Many Kudishover, Review, the only Cobra Pasovish, Rosso,